Councilmember Chua,
Here.
Vice Mayor Montano,
Here.
Mayor Tran.
Closed session, but we'll check in with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any of the announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the council and the public that the council will be considering 2 items in closed session. First is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation regarding the treatment plant dispute. And then also conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation regarding the cost dispute with the tributary agencies. Thank you.
All right, we'll head to closed session. We'll be right back. Okay, great, everybody. Thanks for being here a minute or two early to the 7 p.m. scheduled start time. We will give it another minute or so before we start the open session again. Thank you. All right, on cue. It's 7 p.m. here on May the 18th, 2021. And let's go ahead and go to our closed session announcements. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note that the council did consider 2 items in closed session. Direction was provided to staff, but otherwise there's no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Now is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand as you may. I'll go ahead and lead the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All right, moving on here. Next up on the agenda is tonight's invocation. Welcome. Let me adjust my pillow here. Welcome everybody to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. We are here in May, and that leaves us with just another month in June before we go to recess. We got a lot of things happening, and we're really getting closer and closer. I'm trying to build up the anticipation. We're getting closer and closer to reaching our goals here in City Hall. So I'm very happy that you're joining us here tonight, folks in the community, as well as the city staff, just the continuous diligence in getting the work done. And so let's be blessed. Let's go to Councilmember Chua for the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I welcome Pastor Mike Villanueva from Captivate Church. Captivate has made Milpitas their home, from South Main Street to Senior Center to now at the ICC, the Indian Community Center. I've known Pastor Mike for about 2 years, and they've been in Milpitas for almost 5 years. Thank you, Pastor, for being with us this evening.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Captivate Church, we are just pleased to be able and honored to pray for the meeting for tonight. So we're going to celebrate 8 years in Milpitas this October.
8 years.
Yes, 8 years. So it's been a blessing. So if you wouldn't mind if at this moment, if we would just bow as I lead us in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for many and abundant blessings. Thank you for your life itself, for the measures of health we need to fulfill our callings, and for our friendships. Thank you for the ability to be involved in the useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thank you as well for the freedoms to embrace you. Thank you for loving us even so from your boundless and gracious nature. In scriptures, you have said that the citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. So therefore, I pray for the mayor, the various levels of city officials, and for the assembled council. I am asking that you would graciously grant wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our time, a sense of welfare, excuse me, and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony, even when there's honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives and joy in their task. I pray for the agenda set before them tonight. Please give an assurance of what would please you and would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Milpitas. In this name we pray, amen.
Mhm. Thank you, Pastor Mike, so much.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you so
Pastor
much.
Mike,
God bless you guys.
thank you very much. A beautiful invocation for a beautiful evening here in Milpitas. Next up is the presentations. We do have 3 presentations this evening. Okay. First proclamation, Public Works Week. Shout out to Public Works here in the city of Milpitas. We appreciate you, and we're going to make it a week for you. This week, and the city of Milpitas is proud to designate this week as National Public Works Week and to recognize the outstanding contributions of all the public works professionals who provide services that are of vital importance to a sustainable and resilient city. Public works professionals help maintain a community strength by working together to provide services that are essential for city operations and infrastructure, just as important as anything. The theme for the 2021 National Public Works Week is, you ready for it? Stronger Together. 2 words, stronger together. You couldn't ask for 2 better words, stronger together. This year's theme challenges our residents and businesses to think about the role public works plays in creating a great place to live and work. By working together, the impact citizens and public works professionals can have on this here community is magnified and results in the ability to accomplish goals once thought unattainable. Now, therefore, I, Rich Tran, the mayor of this city, and on behalf of the great city council, do hereby proclaim and recognize May 16th to the 22nd of this year as National Public Works Week. And I urge all residents and businesses to join me in paying tribute to our public works professionals by recognizing the substantial contributions they make in protecting our health, safety, and quality of life. Okay, the next proclamation, let me stop right there. Public Works, 408-586-2600. You can download the My Milpitas app on your smartphone, folks, and you can take a picture of the issue, report the concern, and thank you for being our eyes and ears in Milpitas. Public Works, thank you. Okay, all right, now I can move on. I almost forgot something. All right. Next up is something that we've done in the past, and we're happy to continue to recognize Eritrea Independence Day. Is it Eritrea? Eritrea? Okay, Eritrea, one of the newest countries in the Horn of Africa, was colonized and occupied from 1890 to 1961, over 150 years, if you're counting, by several countries like Italy and Great Britain. When Ethiopia annexed Eritrea, the people of Eritrea fought for 30 years to liberate themselves. And in 1991, they were successful. On May the 28th of 1993, the United Nations formally recognized Eritrea to its membership. Every year, Eritrean communities worldwide observe May 24th as an opportunity to learn about Eritrean culture and community through shared poetry, dance, art, and good citizenship. Milpitas itself has residents from Eritrea who carry on this tradition. Shout out to my Eritrean folks here in town. In recognition of this day, Milpitas will fly their Eritrean commemorative flag in the Cesar Chavez Plaza on May 24th. And I can't wait. I expect for next year, we'll fly the flag and be together and recognize our diversity. But this year, thank you for your understanding as we do it out in Cesar Chavez Plaza, but also virtually. And therefore, I, Rich Tran, the mayor of the city of Milpitas, on behalf of the city council, do hereby proclaim and recognize May 24th of this year as the official celebration date of the Eritrean Independence Day in the city of Milpitas. Okay, one more here, and that's Memorial Day. I sure do miss being together with all my fellow veterans and the military families and the Milpitas family and our city government at the Veterans Plaza for the event. We are doing another virtual celebration this year of the lives that were sacrificed to protect our freedom. Every year we come together as a city on Memorial Day to pay our respects to the men and women of the armed forces who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. This year, we are still virtual, but we are still committed to remembering and honoring our nation's fallen heroes. We remember those who lost their lives, reflect on their selfless sacrifices, and remember them with gratitude for the freedoms we enjoy each and every day. It's because of those brave men and women who died for our country that we live in a nation where we are free to speak our minds, free to exercise our right to vote, and free to stand tall for whatever we believe in. Again, our city's virtual event will be featured on all our media pages and website on Monday, May the 31st, starting at 9 a.m. And that's 900 military time. I encourage all Milpitians to watch and commit some time on Monday to remembering those who gave their all. Therefore, I, Rich Tran, the mayor of Milpitas, proclaim Monday, May 31st, 2021 as Memorial Day in the city of Milpitas. And I want to thank our Recreation and Community Services Department for honoring our veterans who sacrificed, really the ultimate sacrifice. The Recreation and Community Services Department always doing a fine job. Our residents are very proud of Memorial Day every single year. All right, we're going to move on from presentations. I want to thank our city staff for again providing the assistance with the presentations and some notes and some comments. I really can't I can't do it without you, and I really appreciate your help. All right, moving on to the public forum. All right, folks, I want to welcome folks to the public forum. Let me go over to the attendees on the Zoom. Everything is before me on the laptop here. All right, we'll do public forum 2 minutes tonight. I think we can do 2 minutes tonight per person for the public forum and further public comments. You know the drill. Anything that's not on the agenda tonight, we can't really speak on it as a council. That's a Brown Act violation. But we may consider moving it to a future agenda to be itemized. We may not comment on whatever you have due to the process here. So next up here, let's go straight to the attendees. Let's see. First up, we have Ruvish Kumar Mehta. Welcome to the public forum.
Thank you very much to the City Council and all the City Council members. I wanted to bring it to the attention about the Assembly Bill 109, establishment for the California Public Safety Realignment Act, which allows the current non-violent, non-serious, non-offenders from California state, as well as from the respective California prison, establishing the correctional community supervision under AB 109. thus for lowering the risk within the population of an individual being released from a certain charges. Also, any officials serving to the city, county, state, or country to the respective jurisdiction having the AB 109 be applicable, and applicability of the AB 109 to that commission officer with respect to the serving to the specific commission be implemented such that the respective chair, city manager, as well as the city attorney be supervised and be advised of what are the procedures to be followed in terms of a law implementation with regards to AB 109, and also the respective applicability of a probation. Now let's take a look at the other side. When such law implementations are not being implemented appropriately, the officials serving to the city, county, state, or a country for the respective jurisdiction will not be abided or will not be aware of the procedural aspect to be followed within the city. And such implementation would revoke the establishment for the city of Milpitas or the respective cities. Kindly please implement it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Tom Valori.
Good evening, City Council members. I respectfully request that item C7 be removed from consent and reopened for discussion.
All right, copy. Your wish is granted. Okay, anything else, Mr. Valori?
No, I'll talk about it when we get to it.
Drill, appreciate you. Next up, Voltaire Montemayor. All right, Mr. Montemayor, you're gonna have to get your technology corrected here. It seems you have a technical issue every time. We need you to help support the meeting. Uncle Voltaire, are you there? All right, what I'm going to do, Mr. Montemayor, is I'm going to reserve your public comment until the end of the.
I'm
Okay, you almost got bumped to the end of the agenda. That'll happen to you. Well, welcome.
I'm using three systems. So anyway, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't find unmute button. Yeah, the mayor, vice mayor, city council members, the city manager, city staff. Oh, good presentation. Good speakers, or great speakers. Mine is different this time. I wish that we will be blessed as per the invocation of Father Villanueva or Pastor Villanueva. And now I wish that Milpitas will have someday a town or city fiesta. In other words, the main one is beauty contest among us. I mean, in Milpitas, international, local, like one candidate from the city council, one candidate from the city staff, engineering department, sparse commission, and all. It depends on the categories. In other words, we will celebrate the beauties. We will have parade. We will have sports. We will celebrate the champions. In other words, like me, my example is when I have an auction of a lechon in a dance, social dance, I'll buy the lechon for $1,000, I believe. So some people could afford that. So that's their example. It's a fundraising, enjoyment for everybody. But we need a grandstand. We need a big hall for chess tournaments, all those. We have bowling lanes in a way. All sports, basketball, volleyball, all those ball games, softball. What else? All those. We need to celebrate. We need happiness. We need enjoyment in our city, and we will have camaraderie, and all will be happy. We will have a friendly atmosphere on a town fiesta or city fiesta week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. I think you've been watching Miss Universe, huh? No, I just appreciate you. No, we used to have, see, I heard him. Always good to have a laugh. Historically, we used to have a Miss Milpitas, but we haven't had that. But that's just history. All right, public forum. Anybody else? Come on, line up. We miss you. Okay, going once, going twice. That's it. If you're late, you're going to be commenting at the end of the meeting. Thank you for the public forum. Moving on to announcements and future agenda items. And we're going to our city manager, Steve McHarris, for any announcements.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the City Council. I do have one brief announcement. Milpitas will have a county-hosted Milpitas Youth COVID vaccination site for residents aged 12 through 17 years old at the Milpitas Sports Center on Thursday, May 27th from 1 to 7:30 p.m. The city is also working with the Milpitas Unified School District on targeted outreach to student families so they can take advantage of this opportunity right here in our city. Public information for this youth vaccination site will be disseminated in several languages this week through our city website and social media services or social media pages. And as always, residents may call 408-586-3434 for more information. That concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our city manager, Steve McHarris. Thank you so much. Let's see, back to the other side, the virtual dais. I'm just looking this way. No one's there. Everybody's on Zoom. Now I'm looking forward to the neighborhood beautification event this Saturday. I know there's been a lot of comments in the community, and I know folks want to have this service, and so our city staff and our council are working very hard. I give kudos and further kudos in the future, but just really, I think I'm just directing folks over to the wait list. There's an email address. I encourage everybody to do their part and pass along the wait list email. And I think a lot of folks are satisfied with that email. They've been getting great responses from our city staff. And so looking forward to that event this Saturday. It's already booked up. Folks. If you want more information, I think it's on the city website. Yeah, we have a web page. I'm clicking on it. So folks at home watching across Milpitas, residents, attendees tonight, if you're interested in being on the wait list and getting further information, you can always go to the City of Milpitas website. Very well. Okay, great. Let's see. Next up, we got Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have one request and three announcements. The first request is to the city manager and the executive team. I would like to have a presentation, an initial plan on our action items on how we're going to reopen City Hall. The reason why I want this, because the month of July we'll be discussing the ARPA funding. If there's any funding needed to get City Hall COVID-free compliant, then I would like to add that to my list. That's the ask. And the announcements, the Youth Advisory Commission is just prepared this one. On May 28th, they're going to give away finance care package. In the package, there are goodies and some hints and how to go about how to survive the finals week this coming the end of the month. So they've been very busy preparing this package. Chair Sally and Vice Chair Sanya and the rest of the Youth Advisory Commissioners, with the help, of course, of Anthony, Rosanna, and Justin. Thank you so very much. The next one is I would like to share this. I read this week and I'm really impressed because it's the official newsletter of our city and it's loaded with a lot of information, events happening in the city. Please take a look. It's lots and lots of information, good information. So I'm sharing that with everybody. And the last one, I made a very, very short video. It's my first video, so bear with me. Here it goes. This is to commemorate and thank all the families, the volunteers, the volunteers, our city staff, public works, parks and recs, firefighters, Seafood City for donating the refreshments, and of course, my fellow council members and vice mayor, and in spirit, Mayor Tran. Thank you all very much. It was a great event.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Was there anything else, or is that it? That's it. Okay, great job. Wow, I think that music really touched my soul a little bit. Thank you so much. And just listening to you, I know you're ready to get back to normal. You got the yellow tier jacket on tonight. The county has directed us to go yellow tier, I believe, tomorrow possibly, right? Or is it this week? I'll call it this week. Yeah. So I think yellow will be our favorite color this week. Great. All right. Let me check the panelist here. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. And thank you so much for that video. It was a great time with all of you. Definitely good memories. I just wanted to announce that Mental Health Awareness Month is in May. And so there is different activities that I know that the city is hosting online as well as the county. So I invite our Milpitians to please log on and help us really break the stigma around mental health and mental health crises. I believe that all of us have experienced some sort of stress during COVID-19, but I also believe that we will rise together, and there is definitely no doubt that we will do that. But we all need to take the first step, when the first step is to ask for help. And so if you're watching and you're feeling maybe some anxiety, some depression, maybe you're just feeling a little overwhelmed, please know that we're here to support you. Please call 1-855-278-4204. And again, I hope that we could all break the stigma together. One of the things that I would like to ask this council to do, which is something that I have not seen us do, and I've seen other cities do, if you guys are so kindly to consider, is I would like to see a video where we all collaborate in the video and we give a message to help break the stigma against asking for help. I think it's really important that as leaders in our city, that people see us and that we are the leaders and that we put an example. And so I'd like to kindly ask for some support in order for us to do that together and have staff. I know we've done other videos in the past, like the mask one, but it would be nice to have something that we could post and that we could share. Thank you so much for the kind consideration.
I think that's a great idea, council member. We'll look to our city manager. I know recreation and community services they got skills. I know we got a PIO. Do you think this is something that we can accomplish, Steve?
Sorry, Mayor, I hit the wrong.
I'd like to see it happen.
Yeah, I think that's something we can work out. So yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Dominguez.
I love the vibes. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Looking over to the rest of the panelists here. If anybody else has an announcement or request for a future agenda item, that's how things get. That's how That's how great ideas start, as in this portion of the agenda, future agenda items. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. Going once, going twice, and we'll go to the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Our city attorney, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start at the end with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you.
Pause
Mayor
right
Montano.
there. Item number 7, we want to be consistent.
Okay.
Yeah, so the second question there will be the disclosure. So on this one, you're fine. Yes.
Oh, this is the next one? Okay.
Yeah, the campaign contribution is the next question. So
I just want to make sure we get it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran. Thank you. So at this time, I'd also ask the mayor and the council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
Yes, as I have declared before, but I will still be fair and open.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Chua. And just to note for the record on item C7, which is the car wash appeal, that is what Councilmember Chua is referencing, just a campaign contribution from one of the owners. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
Yes, consistent with the previous meeting for item number 7, I have received a appropriate campaign contribution under the legal limit, and will be making my decision wholeheartedly for the Milpitas family. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you very much. And Chris, if I may go back to you again.
Happy to do so, Mayor. I'll read the council code of conduct now. So be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And I've said in the past, that includes the Zoom platform we are on tonight. This is our council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we'll keep it going here to the approval of agenda. And I will move to approve the agenda. Looking for, actually, you know what? Let's see, virtual raised hands here. Let's see. Hold it and hold my horses here. Virtual raised hand. We have Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to kindly ask to pull item 7 from the consent calendar.
Okay, great. If I may ask you, we'll get to that next once we get to the
Okay,
consent
sorry.
calendar.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Second.
Okay, we got a second to approve the agenda for this evening. All in favor of virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Aye.
Montano. Vice Mayor Carmen.
Aye.
Martin. Okay, there you go. And myself as an aye, the motion is carried. The agenda is approved. Thank you. All right, moving on to consent calendar. We'll pull item number 7. And we did have a community member, Mr. Valori, who requested to pull it. Also for consent, I would like to add items to the consent calendar. Item number 18, 19, and 20. Okay, looking for any further requests, looking for any possible objections. That is the motion for the consent calendar. I'll repeat it again. I feel like I always should. We're going to go ahead and pull item number 7, which is going to go to the back of the agenda. And I'm looking to add items number 18, 19, and 20 onto the agenda. We have a virtual raised hand from Councilmember Fan.
Mayor, before we have a second and anything else Councilmember Fan wants to add, I just wanted to note for the council, For item C2 on the minutes, we're just asking for authority. When you approve those minutes, to make a small correction. I think we had one of the days wrong. The date is correct on the minutes, but the day might be wrong. We might have a Tuesday instead of a Friday. So we would just ask for that authority.
That's considered in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's noted for the record. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to Councilmember Fan.
I wanted to see if we can put item 15 on to consent.
Item number 15 was requested. It was actually pulled off of consent at a previous meeting, and so
no problem. Yeah, it's fine.
All good. Okay. All right. And next up here we have the Vice Mayor Carmen Montano.
Can't hear you.
Next up we have the Vice Mayor Carmen Montano.
Oh, I just want to second your motion.
Okay, great. No further objections. We have everything for the record. And we have a second from the Vice Mayor for my motion. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The consent calendar is approved. And we're moving forward, folks. Let me go turn these pages here. All right. Let's go to item number 15. Let's receive a monthly report for unhoused services. And let's go ahead and welcome from the Building Safety and Housing Department. We will look for them to join here, and I will.
Mayor, before we get to item 15, I think we have item 14, which is on the vehicle miles traveled policy.
Oh, yeah, we do. We do. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Public hearing. Don't want to skip that. Item number 14. Adopt the resolution approving VMT policy to implement Senate Bill 743. Okay, let me slow down my vehicle miles traveled tonight. I was just looking at the time. It was a good time right now. All right, so I'll look to our planning department according to the agenda here, looking for them to join the Zoom convo. Item number 14. All right. We'll wait for the person here, unless I believe it's our planning director. Okay. Item number 14. Unless someone else wants to jump in real quick, so that we can.
Before he starts,
here he is. Here he's.
Before he starts, Mayor, can I ask what LOS stands for? That was on the report. I couldn't find that.
I could answer that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
It's for level of service.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Great. We got all the right people here. Okay, fantastic. From our planning department, we have the director, Ned Thomas, as well as our colleagues and guests here. I think I see Jay and Karen. Take it away, Ned.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening. Good evening, members of the council. We're pleased to be with you again tonight for a project that's been in the works for a number of months. And as you noted, we have our principal planner, Jay Lee, here to present the staff report, and also our local consultant, Karen Mack. And just by way of brief introduction, as you know, the VMT policy is a tool for measuring traffic impacts, or excuse me, environmental impacts from traffic under CEQA. We will continue to use LOS to measure congestion. And in the presentation, Jay will go over some of the details of how the two measurement tools work together to identify impacts from traffic on development projects. This item went to the Planning Commission on April 14th, and it was also presented to the Transportation Subcommittee on April 16th, and we are now ready to present it to the Council for consideration and adoption tonight. So I'll turn the time over to Jay for the presentation, and the three of us are here to answer questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I do not see the presentation at the moment. All right, there it is. Well, again, good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be back and here to present on the vehicle miles traveled policy to implement Senate Bill 743. So as Ned mentioned, we presented this before the Planning Commission and also the Council Transportation Subcommittee. So a lot of this information will be a repeat, but it is a complicated subject. So we're hoping some repetition is a good thing here. It is also a technical subject. So I'll try my best to keep it relevant and interesting. Next slide, please. So for the outline, I'll start by talking a little bit about the background focused on Senate Bill 743, then go over the policy's consistency with other adopted city policy, then go over our policy development process, and then go over some of the key policy components, and then conclude with a summary of our recommendations. Next slide, please. All right, so what is Senate Bill 743? Well, it was intended to do the following, as you see on the slide. First, ensure that the environmental impacts of traffic, such as noise, air pollution, and safety concerns, continue to be properly addressed and mitigated through the California Environmental Quality Act. Also, another goal is to more appropriately balance the needs of congestion management with statewide goals related to infill development, promotion of public health through active transportation, and the reduction of greenhouse gases. To accomplish this, the state is recommending a new method for evaluating transportation impacts under CEQA, vehicle miles traveled, instead of level of service, which is a measure of traffic congestion. So this is a big shift, but with SB 743, another way to put it is that this is something that's required by the state. So I just want to make that clear that all local jurisdictions are being required now to evaluate CEQA impacts for traffic through VMT as opposed to LOS. Next slide, please. So this shift in thinking at the state level has also trickled down to the local level. There are several Milpitas plans and policies that support VMT and vice versa. So it was important for us to review these plans and policies to ensure that the new policy, VMT policy, would align with the city's land use and transportation goals that already exist. Staff conducted a thorough review of all of the following. First, of course, CEQA to ensure compliance with state law. Then the new general plan, which calls for the adoption of a new VMT policy and also provides many goals and policies that support providing a balanced transportation network, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and encouraging mixed-use infill and transit-oriented development. Our specific plans also focus growth and development, we aligned the VMT policy with our specific plans to focus growth and development within Milpitas' priority development areas. We also looked at the Climate Action Plan, which implements the city's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. Next slide, please. We created the policy through a 4-step process, and it consisted of the following. First, as with a lot of these kinds of policies, outreach and engagement. Then we started doing some technical evaluation. Then we started to actually develop the draft policy. And now we are here before you today for policy adoption. Next slide. So first step, of course, outreach and engagement. It began with education, really, and included establishing a city website, introducing VMT, forming a staff technical advisory group with bi-weekly meetings. We also coordinated outside of these advisory group meetings with city departments throughout the entire process. We also provided info memos and presented information to decision makers and advisory bodies throughout the entire process, including the Transportation Subcommittee and also Planning Commission study sessions. Next slide, please. So after all this outreach and engagement, the next step was technical evaluation, where we really got into the weeds. And the next step really was to understand how implementing VMT would impact the city. Staff reviewed the city's relevant plans and policies and the State Office of Planning and Research Technical Advisory. You can see the first page there, or the cover page, which provides recommendations to jurisdictions in adopting VMT policy. So the state came out and gave a good amount of direction to local jurisdictions in how to implement this policy. And this really was the primary guiding document for city staff, but we also, of course, worked with VTA and reviewed what other cities are currently doing. Next slide, please. So based on this outreach and technical evaluation, staff then drafted the policy. You can see all of the key components on the slide here. First, we set the baselines and thresholds. And then the next important component of this was to establish the project exemptions or projects that are presumed to be less than significant as it relates to VMT impacts. And then evaluating transportation impacts. So we also provided guidance for how to evaluate the impacts for transportation projects, and also provided guidance for how to measure regional projects. So projects that draw visitors from outside of Milpitas, maybe somewhere further away. Think of like a stadium, which we don't have in Milpitas, but that's an example of a regional project, or a regional shopping center like the Great Mall. And we also, another important piece of this policy is that we are recommending continuing using level of service to analyze the operational impacts of transportation. So we also want to make it clear that LOS isn't necessarily going away. We're just changing how we're analyzing transportation impacts under CEQA. LOS impacts can be analyzed outside of CEQA, and we were recommending that we continue to do that. Next slide, please. All right, so this is where it gets a bit technical, but to explain this, under CEQA, you typically measure a project's impact based on the existing conditions. So the first thing we did was to establish the existing or baseline VMT from which to measure a project's impact. And cities are establishing two baselines, one for residential projects and one for employment projects, since these are the main types of projects that generate driving, vehicle miles traveled. Cities, however, have the option to define the baseline as either, as you can see in the table, the citywide average, the countywide average, or the regional average. And to explain this or sum it up, these numbers basically indicate how much people are driving to reach their destination. It's a one-way trip. Staff is recommending the countywide average VMT, which is shown in the bold right there, for both residential and employment, because it aligns the most closely with our general plan and also our specific plans, which I'll explain a little bit later. We're also recommending the countywide average because a lot of our transportation efforts take place at the county level. So staff concluded that establishing a countywide average VMT as the existing or baseline VMT best allows us to reduce VMT as we participate in countywide programs. Next slide, please. So now that we've established the baseline, which is the existing VMT, we also established the threshold. So the baseline is then used to establish the threshold of significance, which is required under CEQA. And this really means the VMT level at which impacts will be considered significant. Staff is recommending a 15% threshold below the existing VMT, which aligns with the state's recommendation. So in other words, when a project is studied, the project's estimated VMT should be 15% below the baseline. Otherwise, the transportation impact will be considered significant. So over time, as you can imagine, the goal is to reduce how much people drive as development continues to happen. All right, next slide, please. However, the state also recommends that certain projects be exempt from VMT analysis altogether because they are likely to reduce VMT. The project, the type of land use and the way the project is designed would inherently lower VMT compared to the average. So these types of projects include the following, as you can see on the slide: small infill projects, small projects that are locating in areas that already have a lot of development surrounding it. And then also local serving retail. So retail that typically serves the surrounding neighborhood. Also, locally serving city facilities, such as a fire station, police station, libraries, and also restricted affordable housing. Affordable housing is shown to generally reduce VMT, and also transit supportive projects within a half mile of existing transit. So, as a project, if a project is next to existing transit, people are more likely to take that transit and use that service rather than drive. And then lastly, any kind of transportation project that reduces VMT, something like putting in a bike lane or traffic calming, things like that. All right, next slide, please. All right, so as we discussed earlier, the VTA was instrumental in providing the existing VMT levels, which helped us create these maps we used to develop this policy. So, I just presented a lot of technical information. So before we move on, I do want to spend a little time here to better understand the policy. I want to spend some time taking a few minutes to review these VMT heat maps, which I think will illustrate a lot of the concepts that we're talking about. So we created two heat maps that describe the existing VMT conditions in Milpitas, one for residents, the VMT of residents, and then one for the VMT of employees. So let's take a closer look at the legend. If you can see there, the green color indicates where the VMT threshold, which is 15% below the existing VMT, is already met. So that area already has a very low level of VMT, low level of people driving. Yellow indicates where minor mitigations may be needed to achieve that 15% threshold. Project location and density will usually bring the VMT down to this level. The orange indicates where more extensive mitigation will be required. And these areas are usually a little bit further away from transit. And then finally, red indicates areas where it will be extremely difficult to mitigate impacts. So in addition to the existing VMT levels, the maps also show transit priority areas, which are where transit supportive projects are exempt from VMT analysis. So let's go to the maps and we can see what I'm talking about here. This map shows the city's existing VMT for residents compared to the countywide average. And it also indicates how much Milpitas, this basically indicates how much Milpitas residents are driving to get to everyday uses. So as you can see, all of Milpitas, the Milpitas Metro specific plan area and a lot of downtown are in the green area and already meet the 15% threshold, which makes sense if you think about the way that our city currently is. This means that housing projects in these areas will require little or no mitigation, which is what we want since this will encourage infill development in these priority development areas, which are already relatively dense and have strong access to transit. Next slide, please. This map shows the city's existing employment VMT compared to the countywide average. Employment VMT indicates how much people are driving to get to their jobs in Milpitas. As you can see, there are no green areas, which means that some mitigation will be required for all employment projects to reduce VMT impacts to less than significant. Unless the project is exempt or close to transit, which is the area inside the maroon buffer. So as I mentioned earlier that there is a transit priority area where transit supportive projects could be exempt from analysis, and that is the maroon area that you can see right here, or the maroon buffer. So you can see that these areas, that the areas requiring the least mitigation are the areas with the greatest densities, mix of uses, and access to transit. Again, mostly in the metro plan area. To summarize all of this, these maps are useful for city staff and developers to know how hard it will be to mitigate VMT impacts depending on where you locate the project. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. Let's talk about mitigation now. Since the way we measure transportation impacts has changed, the way we mitigate transportation impacts has changed as well. There are four main categories of VMT mitigation. The first is the project itself. Very often a project's location, density, or land use diversity alone will reduce the VMT to the threshold. However, if the VMT needs further, or if the project needs further mitigation, projects can do the following. The second category is multimodal transportation improvements, which improve access to transit, bicycle, and pedestrian networks, and typically lower VMT. The third category is parking strategies, including vehicle parking reductions and increased bike parking. So we understand that reducing parking can have unintended consequences. So we will have to be sensitive to the existing conditions to determine if having that kind of a mitigation measure is appropriate for that neighborhood. And the last category is transportation demand management, which is especially effective in reducing VMT for employment projects like offices. TDM measures include subsidized or free transit passes, employee shuttles, parking cash outs, telecommuting, and flex schedules. So the good news is that with all the upcoming first and last mile transportation solutions on the way, I believe that Milpitas is well positioned to support multimodal transportation and reduce VMT. In addition to our strong existing transit network, we recently received an approximately $1 million grant from VTA to implement an on-demand van pool service for commuters. So even though we already have strong transportation systems, more help is on the way. And we really do think that we're ready to, that the city of Milpitas is ready for this shift from LOS to VMT. Next slide, please. All right, so at this point, you might be wondering, what about traffic congestion, right? Well, in addition to measuring VMT to evaluate transportation impacts under CEQA, staff is recommending retaining intersection LOS analysis to meet city policy and also congestion management program requirements. This analysis would be a non-CEQA operational analysis of Milpitas roadway conditions and would still identify potential deficiencies that may be addressed by a project. So this analysis could include multimodal analysis of pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities, and also traffic signal warrant studies. The analysis will also address other traffic control, project site access and circulation, and neighborhood issues such as cut-through traffic, traffic calming, and parking. Most of the cities, neighboring cities, have continued to require LOS analysis outside of CEQA. So we're not doing anything different there. Next slide, please. All right, now to see how the project or the policy might impact a specific development project, let's apply it to a sample project. This is a photo of the Edge Apartments across the street from the BART station. This project under the policy would be exempt from VMT analysis because being so close to BART and being a relatively denser project, it would reduce VMT. However, this project would still require LOS and other operational transportation analysis to fulfill CMP requirements, evaluate transportation or intersection operations, turning movements, project access and circulation, potential parking issues, neighborhood cut-through traffic, and whatever is deemed necessary by city staff. Next slide, please. So I know I just presented a lot of information. So to summarize, staff is recommending the following as part of the new VMT policy. We are recommending establishing a baseline VMT using the countywide average for both residential and employment projects, establishing a CEQA threshold of significance, 15% below the countywide baseline VMT, establishing the following CEQA exemptions for small projects, local serving retail and local city projects, projects within transit priority areas, affordable housing, and multimodal transportation projects. Also recommending a methodology for analyzing impacts to transportation projects. And lastly, still continuing to require the non-CEQA transportation analysis level of service. Next slide, please. All right, so this concludes my presentation. Again, I know we presented a lot of technical information, so Karen, Ned, and I are available to answer all of your questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jay, and really appreciate the presentation. We're going to go straight to the public hearing. If there are no objections, I'm going to move to open the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. Let's go to our public. If there's any public comments for item number 14, now is the time, folks. If you're here for item number 14, members of the public, let's go. 2 minutes. Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention about the SB 743 as it was introduced in 2020, especially about the VMT analysis. It is important to evaluate that how the project's transportation impacts the vehicle's miles traveled. And it is also to consider that when assessing any environmental impacts under CEQA, that is to be evaluated with the greenhouse gas emission, air quality, and as well as the energy guidelines that has been established for the SB 743. Also, when it is to calculate the roadway types with the calculated VMT, the monthly vehicle miles of travel report to be provided by the California State Highway System, which is a state which is to be provided as per the state jurisdiction. And the city and the county is to follow the percentage of a change in a travel as per the miles driven to be provided by the jurisdiction and the policy that is being established for the VMT analysis. Also, as a part of a VMT law, the new development projects will no longer be assessed a fee by the how much traffic congestion is created. And that is to be applied to the new developments. If, for example, that for a tax work, also it is important to evaluate the Treasury Department impose a fee equal to the total amount of gas collected on the taxes. So the taxes, the number of miles driven, are to be taken into the consideration for the VMT tax as well, and that is to be as per the CEQA guidelines. Please kindly take a note about this facts when implementing SB 743.
Next up, Mr. Montemayor.
Thank you. I found my unmute button quickly.
You're doing great. Yeah.
There may be a needed consideration to a few of us. I think some commuters or workers travel more than the 15 miles. Is that 14 miles a day? So it will be, anyway, a little bit above the average given or allowed given. So there may be some consideration for those. But anyway, at least it's state bill 743, and we need that for our air quality, our climate, our health. For me, I also I have a feeling that we should consider all the people who come, especially, I don't know if all the, I don't want to mention any names, any jobs around the area, where are they coming from, but they could be coming from more than 15 miles a day, every day. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. We are still in the public hearing, folks. If you're here from the public, you'd like to speak on this item here 14 this evening, please join us. If not, I'm going once, we're going twice. I don't see any further public comments. If there are no objections, I'll move to close the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed. We'll bring the discussion back up to the virtual dais. I just want to take a second to thank our city staff and our colleagues here for their work on this. I've kind of tracked it along its due process. I think I've seen this presentation in a commission meeting or one of the meetings I popped in with the Zoom to observe. And it's another item, one of those interesting ones that come down from Sacramento, where our city has to really comply or adjust or to implement our own policies to ensure that we're following the letter of the law from Sacramento. And so this is just another interesting one, one among many I've seen throughout my time. So just great work on it. And one thing I can comment on the staff's work is I appreciate city staff putting our city and our residents at an advantage, right? In terms of the actual the VMT average on one of the slides, it showed, we had some decision making there, and city staff nailed it and put us at an advantage and kept power as local as possible. Thank you. All right. Any further comments or requests from my colleagues for item number 14? And we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions to staff. So what are the consequences if we don't reach our target from the state?
So the state doesn't necessarily give us a target for VMT. The technical advisory recommends some guidelines for how to analyze CEQA impacts. So If a development project doesn't meet the threshold that we mentioned, the 15% below the existing VMT, then their impacts are going to be considered significant, meaning they have to do the full environmental impact report. So there's nothing necessarily like a threshold or a goal given to the city directly.
Okay. Okay, and so I'm curious. You know, this bill puts all the burden on cities, and it just seems that the state should do more to alleviate congestion by other means. And you know, and again, the state puts the burden on the cities, on the local government. I'm just curious about the Central Valley, because cities here, we have, you know, the infrastructure, we have homes near mass transit, but in the valley, you know, or other remote places, they don't have that option. So I'm just wondering how are they going to do it? I'm just curious about that. So yeah, I'm just wondering what the consequences are to the cities, but you already said there's no really consequences. It's just a goal, I guess, or guidelines. So that's what's pretty interesting. So
yeah,
thank you.
I think Karen could speak a little bit, I think, about what they're doing with rural areas, because that is something that the state has recognized, that every city is a little bit different. But I would say in terms of like the long-term impact to the city, it's trying to encourage development closer to transit, as opposed to spreading it out and you know, trying to put development where it will have the least environmental impacts. So that's the impact that it can have on the city, which could be a positive thing. Karen, if you wanted to add.
Yeah, just a few things about land use. The reason why we have the issues of long commutes like we do today is because we have traditionally separated jobs and housing. And the thought was we were preserving the quality of life for the residents. But now here we are today with the 40-mile commutes and the long separation. So the state is trying to help cities be a little bit more cognizant and wiser about placing jobs and housing closer, so that you take advantage of all the investment in the transit. And Milpitas has fantastic transit. So you are in a great place with the BART station and with a great light rail station. So that's the intent of the law, is to get the land use, to get cities to plan land uses a little bit more thoughtful.
Yeah, I like that. But I think to go further is because just because you build housing near mass transit doesn't mean that those folks are going to be living there, because, you know, right now anybody can get a job anywhere. But probably maybe in the future there'll be a requirement where you need to work where you live. So
yeah, I think for a lot of land uses that you don't even have that option, but now we're creating that possibility.
Yeah.
And so it is a plan for the future.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very much, Karen and the Vice Mayor. I really appreciate the question. You know, that vehicles miles traveled can be brutal for folks in different places, and even for some of our own residents who go afar to work as well. So we acknowledge that, and we care for it. So thank you very much, Vice Mayor. All right, we're still on item number 14. I'm looking to my colleagues on the dais if there's any virtual raised hands. If not, we can move to adopt the resolution. I want to go to my colleagues, going once, going twice. I don't see any further virtual raised hands, no hesitancy whatsoever. So I'll make the motion to adopt this resolution for item number 14, since that public hearing was conducted. And I'll look for a second. Come on.
Second.
There it is. Thank you. Yep. A second. We have a second from Councilmember Fan. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. This resolution has been adopted. That motion is carried. Item number 14 is approved. Very well. Moving on here. Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay.
You go on and off.
No, I'm using my old computer again. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to say what type of computer I have. I'm not here to do that. I don't want to yell too loud. Don't want to wake my neighbors up. All right, here we go. Item number 15 now. Here we go. 15 under community development. Let's receive a monthly report for unhoused services. And this is an item that we've been anticipating. We're so thankful to hear from it. And we have a presentation, and let's welcome from the Building Safety and Housing Department, the Director, Sharon Goey.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. And we can pull up the slides too. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the community. So tonight, we're going to be presenting the March report for unhoused services. Okay. Next slide, please. In November, the City Council directed staff to enter into an agreement with the County Office of Supportive Housing for homeless outreach assessment and street-based case management services. In December, City Council directed staff to implement the Dignity on Wheels mobile shower and laundry program with nonprofit service provider We Hope. Now, recently, Council requested a progress report. So tonight's report is going to be a summary of the first month of service in March of this year. And all of these efforts and progress have been made by city departments collaborating with each other, as well as working closely with service providers to provide assistance to unhoused Milpitas residents, as well as to ensure the health and safety of the community. Next slide. The city has contracted with the county's homeless engagement and access team through ABOT services. This is also called the HEAT team. Starting in March, the HEAT team started conducting street outreach to engage unhoused Milpitas residents. The HEAT team includes a clinician or a wellness specialist. This team is out in the field daily to offer resources and basic needs such as food, clothing, and transportation. They provide connections to health and social services, referrals to shelters, and they also conduct assessments of unhoused residents. The HEAT team received updated locations from the Milpitas Police Department on March 25th. This list had 18 locations, of which 13 were encampments, 5 were vehicle, trailer, or RV locations. The HEAT team started conducting outreach to these locations in April, and they will continue to do that. City staff also sends referrals to the HEAT team, and Milpitas residents and businesses can also request a referral by emailing our housing team. For this first month of service, the HEAT team spent March addressing community concerns and conducting street outreach to unhoused individuals residing in various areas of the city. The HEAT team enrolled 26 clients and completed assessments for all 26. These efforts were across 4 encampment locations and 7 outreach locations. And outreach locations where contact was made with clients in a non-encampment setting. The HEAT team has also supported the Dignity on Wheels team with providing the mobile shower and laundry clients referrals to shelter and other basic needs. Next slide. The nonprofit service provider, We Hope, began providing mobile shower and laundry service every Sunday, starting March 21st. The site is on Windsor Street, just south of the Milpitas Library. 2 Sunday sessions were held in March, providing 17 showers and 8 loads of laundry that served a total of 21 individuals. Next slide. This table is a little small here, but it's also in the agenda packet. The table summarized the various activities and services for the Milpitas unhoused community in the month of March. And so far in this month, you can see that there were 64 unhoused residents in Milpitas. And I just want to note that the HEAT team has been going through the process of correlating and aligning their locations and location descriptions. So this list may change in subsequent months. Next slide. Now this portion of the table shows that 26 clients were enrolled and 26 were assessed in March. Next slide. So staff recommendation for council is to receive the March report for unhoused services. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Our partners from the county and We Hope are also on this call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon, and welcome to our guests, our visitors from the county and We Hope. Councilmember Chua, you had initially requested to pull this item from a previous city council meeting consent item, and so I want to go to you, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. First of all, thank you so much, Sharon. I know it's hard. This is the first statistics that we have. I know it's hard to do the criteria, but you did it, and with the help of the other partners as well. So I just want to summarize. So for currently we have 64 unhoused residents in Milpitas. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, that's according to the March data. But as you can see toward the bottom half of the table, where the outreach team visited various locations in the city, and that wasn't added to the total count because those residents could be residing at one of the encampment locations that was referred on March 25th. So as you know, they continue to visit these sites in April and May. Some of this could fluctuate, and then the location descriptions also, they were trying to correlate all of them. So that's why it could shift a little bit. But yes, based on the March data, that's what we're looking at, approximately 60 some.
The 26 assessed unhoused, is that part of the 64, or we don't know? It's hard to tell.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The 26 assessed individuals, unhoused individuals, are they part of the 64, or is it hard to tell because it fluctuates?
We know for sure. Let me take a look at the table. Yeah, so far it looks like the 26 are part of the 64, correct? But again, because the first month they were going out on their own, so a lot of this data will continue to be monitored in the following months.
So if I take 26 from the 64, that would be, we are looking at 38 more unhoused to be assessed, candidates to be assessed after March 31st, right?
After March, correct, yes. But the house residents also, they sometimes relocate.
Right.
And so therefore, it is a continuous process. Correct.
But that's really good statistics because it's almost like wow, it's close to 40%, 35 to 40%. That's really good. On the Dignity on Wheels, this is a pilot project, and for the month of March, we only have 17 iterations of shower usage.
Yes, because they started the service on March 21st, so there were just two Sunday sessions in March.
So we'll have a better data on April because we'll have a full month.
Right, that's anticipated, correct.
So for 2 weeks we had 8 loads for the washer dryer. Okay. This is really good. I'm impressed because I was thinking of big numbers here because we're providing these services and the data makes it clearer for us. So thank you so much. I'm looking forward to looking at the April, May data that would reiterate what we are looking right now. Thank you, Sharon. I know you work so hard. I know you spend evenings and I know the hardship that you're going through, and thank you so much because it's hard to get the first data because it's so raw. So hopefully for April and May, we'll better have a better data and better collection as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Very much.
Thank you, Council Member. No, yeah, we're glad to be able to provide this service to the community and assist our unhoused residents and also to ensure the health and safety for the whole community.
Absolutely. She said it perfectly. Yeah, I know this is a monthly report. If maybe we can get a quarterly or semi-annual report, and that way we can pace ourselves here and really bring forward a larger batch of data. Okay, next up here we have Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you so much, staff and our partners for really moving this forward and moving this vision that has been part of this council for such a long time. And so I am very ecstatic to see these numbers. I definitely thank our partners and thank again our staff. I know that this is hard work, but I also know that our in-house definitely appreciate it being out there a couple of weekends. They definitely feel valued and part of our city. So thank you very much for making them feel part of our city and that we want to help them. And so I do have just a couple of questions surrounding, and I know that this is the complex part, which is the assessment part. And this is something we've talked about back when Project Home Key came around. And so one of the things I know I spoke with, I feel like I'm sending emails to the supervisor all the time, and I know you guys are in constant communication with his office as well. But one of the things that I would like to see from the county is from those assessed, how many of those qualify for Project Home Key? And so I understand that the assessment is a very tedious and complex system. But what I'm looking for is Project Home Key still has some vacancies in rooms. And I know that all of us on this council have advocated at some point for local jurisdiction. I just want to make sure that we continue to advocate for that. And I know we are, but I think that would help. Going back on what the council member Chua said, data is really powerful. And so if we're able to show that from these assessments, and pull those that qualify for Project Home Key, it would be great if we could somehow as a council come together to advocate either at the supervisor level or OSH level, because I think we have an opportunity before us to really house our own. And I don't want to bypass that opportunity. And so maybe Sharon, if you could ask, or I don't know if I think our partners are here, if that is something that we could maybe just look at from those numbers. And of course, I understand we can't get names or any of that, but it would just be interesting to see how many of those rank so high, because I know you would need to rank pretty high for that permanent housing. But I would love to see those numbers. And if there's anything that we could do on our end to try to fill those rooms with folks from Milpitas, I think that would be great. The other part that I would like to get data on is with the police department. So I know there's a lot of conversations around Laura's Law. The county is taking a vote next Tuesday. So council, I definitely ask, please tune into that meeting. It's really important. I know we've endorsed Laura's Law as a city, but we really, really need to push for Laura's Law. The question that I have is surrounding the data around individuals who may qualify for 5150s. And I know I've brought this up before, but it would be very interesting to see from the police department. I want to see from the calls of service that have to do with mental crises, how many of those are 5150s and how many of those are actually admitted into the behavioral health services, which is the psychiatric services that are provided by Valley Medical. So that's some of the data that if we could capture, because I know we're working with the police department when we go out and assess, but it would be interesting to see what those numbers look like. So if you could bring that information back for us, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a point of inquiry from the council member, and let's go to our county guest representatives from the county. If we can meet the inquisition from council member Dominguez.
Yeah, I was going to mention that she needs to be promoted into a panelist. Do you want her to raise her hand?
IT is working on it. Yeah. Hey, you're welcome.
Hi, good evening. Oh, I still have my background from one of our events the other night. I'm Catherine Kaminsky with the County of Santa Clara Office of Supportive Housing. Thanks for your question. Thank you for having us here tonight, Mayor and council members. Councilmember Dominguez, thank you for your question. We can provide information about the sort of level of the assessments are designed to match people with the right type of services. So we can provide the breakdown of sort of how many are in the permanent supportive housing range, how many are in the rapid rehousing range. We'd be happy to do that in future reports.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
I believe we also have a point of information regarding 5150 and the information gathering from the council member. I'm not sure if the police chief is here to see what opportunity there may be available. I know HIPAA is a key policy that may be challenging to in the situation with folks' medical records and things. So let's go with point of information with our police chief, Jared Hernandez, to see if he can share what we have maybe and what's possible. Welcome. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and council members. So if I understand the question right, it's what is the statistics for people that were taken into custody per 5150 W9? Okay. So in 2019, there was 231 people that were taken into protective custody pursuant to 5150. 36 of them were transients, or at least listed their addresses as transient. In 2020, there was 267. There were 36 again that were listed as transient. And of course, we have incomplete data for 2021. From January through April, there was 67 people taken into protective custody per 5150, and 14 of them identified themselves as transients.
Thank you very much, Chief. Sorry, that last number for 2120?
From January until April?
Yeah.
That would be 67, with 14 being transient.
14. Perfect. And one other question that I have, from those that were in protective custody, do we have the numbers of those that were admitted by behavioral health psychiatric services with the bed of service?
So that I would not be able to answer. The numbers that I'm giving you are people that we physically took to the facility. What happened once they were out of our custody, I can't answer. Okay.
So I just want to, for my own sake, I just want to try to envision what happens. So when somebody is taken into protective custody and then they are taken to the psychiatric service at Valley Med, and then at that point, then they're transferred over to the county, and then we move on, right? I just want to make sure.
Yes. So what would happen is an officer would respond to a call for service, and they would have to determine that the person is a danger to themselves, a danger to others, or that they're gravely disabled, meaning that they're completely unable to care for themselves. If that criteria is established, the officer will take the person into protective custody, they'll read them an admonishment, and then they'll bring them to the emergency psychiatric services over at Valley Medical Center. Once the staff takes over the person's custody, I don't know what they do.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. This information is really helpful. I really appreciate that you have it on hand. It's definitely very helpful as I prepare my talking points for Laura's Law. My last question is, from those numbers, do we know how many are repetitive protective custody arrest? So is it like the same person? So like, for example, in 2020, the 267, are those independent, or does it include a reoccurring arrest of the same person?
Just from experience, I would suspect that at least a few of them are reoccurring, but I do not know the breakdown out of the total numbers, how many of them are repetitive.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Chief. I really appreciate the information. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chief. Excellence, excellence. Fantastic. We'll go next here to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciate this data. You know, data is very powerful. You can actually see the numbers and see how many people we are helping. And it makes a lot of sense that we have this. Thank you, Evelyn Chua, for requesting that staff keep some stats or the data. So my question is to Jared, Chief Hernandez. When you mention transient folks, what do you mean by transient? I mean, I know they move here and there, but who are these transients?
So transient would be somebody that expressly said that they do not have a permanent residence.
And that's it. I mean, so how do you determine that they are transients?
Usually if there's not a listed address, a lot of it's what they tell us. Sometimes you'll find people that live with relatives and they'll use their address, or they'll live on the street. So there's really no way for us to verify it other than what they tell us. I mean, we can make assumptions. If we find them, you know, at a homeless camp, let's say, or an unhoused camp, then we could assume that that's the case. But it's usually how they identify themselves.
Okay, and then you do refer them to the services that we are providing the city?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm curious, because I know that when we had realignment, a lot of folks have nowhere to go. So how do you happen to know how many of these folks are part of that realignment?
I do not. I do not have statistics for that.
And there's no way to find out, right? What category?
I would have to rely on the probation department, probably, to get the most accurate number, because they would have to be in the probation system, right? If they were part of AB 109, but their supervision periods expired, I won't know that. But from the probation department, I may be able to find out of the population that is being monitored, how many of them are listed as unhoused or transient.
Okay. Anyway, so I'm glad that that we have this data. I'm glad we will have it every month so that we can gauge and see what other services or whatnot making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Hernandez and Vice Mayor Montano. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I would like to ask a question to Catherine, if I may. Hi, Catherine. Hi, nice to see you again. My question is there a way, you said you have statistics to show, if I like the logic of Councilmember Karina about finding out if this 26 assessed individuals qualify for the home key and you said you have that as statistics, correct?
Yes, Councilmember, just to clarify, what we have is when folks are assessed using the standardized assessment, we identify the type of services that is best matched to meet their needs, and that's in a couple of ranges. We don't look at eligibility for each individual project, but it would give you an idea of how many of the people assessed need permanent supportive housing, and how many of the people assessed may need rapid rehousing, which is a shorter term intervention.
I saw your presentation at the homeless task force, and you mentioned about the rapid placement. Wouldn't that qualify any of these 26? I mean, what we're trying to get is to house them. And we have, like Councilmember Karina is saying, there are vacancies at the home key. How do we get there? I mean, from here to here? What do we do to get there? Help us out.
The first step is to conduct the assessments. Individuals are referred to housing programs, whether the Home Key Project or other projects across the county, via that community-wide queue. So in future reports, we're able to provide that information since this was just the first month. And when people are pulled off the queue and referred to housing programs is dependent on a number of factors when the resources are available. So we can provide that information in future reports, but since this was just the first month, getting the assessments was the primary report.
I thought I saw your presentation last year too, around November when you came. I wasn't a council member yet, but I saw your presentation and you said that's part of your service is to place this in-house after they've been assessed to the appropriate housing projects. So am I mistaken on that one?
No, so I expect some of the individuals will be referred and placed in housing programs. That's correct.
And okay, so you said you've been assessed, right? And then the next step is you guys categorize the level of eligibility in terms of placement. And how long does this take, this process?
The assessment, and as soon as the assessment is done, individuals are placed on the community queue. When the referrals are made is dependent on when the resources are available. So when the projects are ready to have the slots available or have the case management available, that is when the referral is made. And then they determine the eligibility for a specific project if somebody is referred, when somebody is referred. But when someone is pulled off the queue and referred to a project can vary greatly. It can be weeks, it could be months. It depends on, because we don't have enough resources to meet the need across the county, unfortunately. So some folks are not immediately referred. Some folks, if they have very high level of need, they will be referred in a short period of time.
So I think for us as a city, we would need to track, because the next step after assessment, the way I listen to your input is the community queue. From the community queue, your staff will do the referrals. And from the referrals, that would be, the next step would be eligibility determination. So for Sharon, I think we need to track those steps down. From the time the unhoused has been assessed, then we go step down, community queue, when they put on the community queue, and then when they've been referred, and then when they got their eligibility. And the final step, Catherine, is placement?
Yes, depending on the program. So some referrals will be to developments that are in construction, and they would be placed when the construction is complete and they're ready for occupancy. Some programs, they will be enrolled in the program and work with their case manager to find an apartment, wherever available, and the program would provide subsidy assistance. So the placement can happen if the unit is available then, or it can happen after they start working with the case manager to find an available unit.
Okay, so I'm just gonna summarize. So from the assessment to the community queue, to the referrals, to the eligibility determination, then placement after case management determination. Is that true? And did I get that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we're gonna track this down for those 26 unhoused that we have. And please help us out to expedite these processes. We would appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Catherine.
Catherine and Councilmember Chua. So from what I'm hearing is for our Milpitas community, we want to understand for those folks within our jurisdiction, we want to just follow these folks to see. I think it's a good idea to see their progress. There's the word, progress. And that's what we're all shooting for, and we're working together on it. And so I think it's important to track the progress, albeit not a large sample, but a valuable one. Each person does count here in Milpitas that is unhoused. So that's a great idea, Councilmember Chua, to follow the progress of our folks who we are making efforts to support, and then really filling in the gaps possibly as needed. So thank you so much for that one. I see where you're going with that, and I encourage Catherine is always available any day of the week to provide information and take a phone call or Zoom or. Okay, great. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So Catherine, how many, and I'm glad Councilmember Dominguez brought up about the home key, because that was one of our issues, is that our residents, homeless residents, were not going to get a priority, and they're still out there. So I'm wondering how many of our residents are in that home key, housed in that home key right now?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I don't have the answer to that for this. I did not pull that data for this report.
And then Councilmember Dominguez, you mentioned that there were available rooms there. Is that true, or is that a guesstimate?
Per staff reports, it's being filled at a certain percentages. It's still not at 100%, because what they were doing is they were having construction to accommodate ADA. And so that construction, I believe, literally just finished maybe last week. So there is still rooms available because of the construction that was happening. The plan was for Project Home Key to get filled in increments, percentages, because of the construction. So I believe that the supervisor is definitely working with OSH. But I definitely, again, any chance, Catherine knows I definitely appreciate everything they do, but any chance I get, I do try to advocate, because I think it's really important for us. We have ADA folks who need some rooms, and I do believe they would qualify based on assessment. Local jurisdiction is very foggy. I don't know where it comes from, honestly. I've heard the state says the county says the state. So maybe some clarification on that would be helpful, on if there's any perimeters around local jurisdiction. And if so, whose policy or law is that? Is that a federal program? Is that local control from the county? Or is that the state? Because then I think as a team, we should follow that policy, because I think we've been impacted in a way that many other cities are going to be impacted as well, right? Where we're not being able to take care of our own. And I do believe, especially if we don't have any local control from these programs, we should have some sort of local jurisdiction without having to pay extra to house our own. And so that's kind of where I want to get to. So I just saw the opportunity here. I know the mayor had asked for those quarterly reports, which I think is great, but I think between now and the time Project Home Key gets filled, it might be nice to just continue the monthly reports. So as Councilmember Chua stated, we could keep track of that data, and then it gives us the better picture, because what I would hate is for someone to say, we had an opportunity, we just missed it because we didn't have the conversations, and then the rooms get filled up.
Well, I appreciate that your diligence. So Catherine, yeah, we do have some long-term homeless folks in Milpitas, and I think that's what we want. We want to see those people served. So thank you very much.
Very much, Vice Mayor, and I appreciate the comments. And there's nothing we want more than to have established rooms at that project site for our very own residents who are unhoused in the land of cornfields, Milpitas, and we patiently wait for the county to commit to that. And so we are observing and tracking. So Let's go to public comment. Here we go. First up, Irvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much. I wanted to bring it up to the city council about, especially about the chief chair's comment about the statistics. It is very important to evaluate that what city constitute in terms of a citizens and the number of people that are unhoused, whether they are transient, whether they are part of a specific community, whether they are part of living in a specific non-profit organization. There are certain organizations within the city of Milpitas which is serving as a non-profit organization, as a community development organization, and provide the housing to the unhoused. When we talk about the threshold, when we talk about the number of people living in the city of Milpitas being housed versus unhoused, it is important to have a statistics of that, what are the people not having the right set of resources, not having being housed, and not being a citizen or being a transient to the city, and actually being a resident to the city. Having that statistics within the city also allows the city to evaluate that whether those homeless person are affiliated to any non-violent, any activity with specific law enforcement, whether they are any offenders, whether they are any having a crimes committed, whether they are mentally ill or behaviorally ill. It is important to evaluate that and put those perspectives into account, such that the law enforcement agency must be aware about such statistics, and so would be the case with the city employees and as well as the council, because that allows the city to set the threshold that where it is supposed to reach, where it's supposed to destine to make the city accountable for to get to the better city.
Thank you very much. Next up, Barbara Navarro.
Good evening. I commend you on the reporting. It was great to see all of that from the month of March. I'm looking forward to seeing the April statistics. I'm concerned that I didn't see on the list of locations the bridge, Milpitas Boulevard Bridge. And I'm hopeful that it was just missed, or maybe it's called something else on the list. So let's make sure we're looking at that location as well. And I wanted to also ask, when they assess the folks that are going around and they're meeting them, I know they're transient, so they might be moving around, so they may not be in the same location the next time they go around. If they don't have a cell phone, are they assessing them and able to give them a free cell phone through the county? So are the transients that are unhoused, do they have a cell phone and you have the ability to contact them and keep up on what's going on or not? I just am very much interested in how that process goes. And then also, we have many people that are probably not on the streets, or in their cars or in RVs, but are maybe couch surfing or in other people's homes, but it's not their home. And they're being taken in and they still need a place to live. So those folks are not part of this number that you're seeing today. There are other numbers of folks there too. And I think that the city is working with the school district to identify the students and their families that are in that arena. Anyways, I applaud the city for what we're doing. And it's a tough situation. It's a difficult task, but we're going to keep plugging and try to help these folks as much as we can. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Barbara, and very valid concerns. I think if you're looking for a comprehensive list of all the addresses that have been noted, please contact our city manager or myself or any council member, vice mayor, and we'll connect you to the city manager. And we can get you that list. It's public record as presented tonight. I think the second part with the cell phones, I believe there are some programs out there, but I think folks in the community would have to apply for the cell phones themselves just due to certain dynamics. I believe they used to call it the Obama phones. I'm not sure if folks heard about that one, but and then the third one with RVs. I believe I saw one address on the presentation tonight. It's down the street from my home. There is somebody living in their vehicle, and they have lived there for quite some time. And I saw that address there. So whether it's a vehicle or an RV, I do believe we are not overlooking those folks. So next up here, we have Walter Montemure.
Yeah, I think I unmuted already. Yes, I'm the living example. I think I'm just, I don't know if I say the word, I'm just kind and merciful. I go and secure the church and facilities around, and I meet people of the term transit, and I've seen people under the tree, the dirt parking, and they're nice. So I'm just kind and merciful. But I think the rule is they should not be sleeping as a transit around the buildings at the church, and they should not be charging their cell phone on those plugs outside around the church. So anyway, I think I will. I'll talk to them again. I simply talked to them, and they said, "Sir, please let me sleep for 2 days more, and then I'll be gone." That's the word. So that's all. That's a living example as I meet almost every night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemure. Okay, that's it with public comment on this item. I really appreciate my colleagues' comments on the item. Item number 15, the report has been received, and we thank our city and our partners over at the county, and we hope our police chief, our director of building safety and housing, and everybody that's putting in an effort to address homelessness, which we have for many years. Thank you very much. Item number 15 has been received. Moving on, folks. Item number 16 under community services and sustainable infrastructure. Let's receive a presentation on the draft Milpitas Water Master Plan. And we also have the sewer one after this. So we'll start with the water. And we have our director of public works, Tony Enda, here on the agenda. And it looks like we have a couple of guests here. I want to welcome Elizabeth and Harris. And Tony, please take it away. And we're setting up the presentation. Thank you. It looks like we have Pam, our deputy city clerk, working on the IT piece along with the IT department. Very cool. Tony.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'll just say some opening remarks before I turn it over to the experts on here to take us away. Tony and I here with the Public Works Department, and tonight our team is here to present the draft water master plan and gather your feedback. This effort began with council approval of the CIP project to update our city's 2009 water master plan, and was followed by council's action again to approve a professional service agreement with Westios in September of 2019. This draft water master plan identifies and prioritizes capital improvements that maximize efficiency and capacity of the water system based on impacts of existing and anticipated developments, and it achieves regulatory compliance with local, state, and federal requirements. And with those remarks, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Elizabeth Dreyer of Westios, and on us with us as well as Mr. Harris Siddiqui, Principal Engineer with the Great Public Works Department. So thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Tran and council members. My name is Elizabeth Dreyer, and I am Westios project manager for the development of the city's water master plan. We've been working really closely with city staff for about the last year and a half on the water master plan, and we're really excited to be presenting it to you tonight. Next slide. So my presentation tonight covers some of the highlights of the water master plan, including the relationship to some of the other ongoing studies that the city has been working on, the difference between the water master plan and the urban water management plan, which you'll be hearing more about next month, provides a water system overview, provides just a a quick review of kind of existing water use trends in the city and how we are projecting the future water demands in the city, how we use the hydraulic model to evaluate the city's water system capacity, what our recommended improvements are, also compliance with America's Water Infrastructure Act of 2018, and then we'll talk about next steps after we're done here tonight. Next slide. So this slide provides an overview of the relationship of the Water Master Plan to some of the other studies that have been going on over the same time frame that we've been working on the Water Master Plan. As I mentioned, we've been working on the Water Master Plan for about 1.5 years. We started in late 2019. At the same time, the city was working on a general plan update. That general plan was adopted in March of this year. And then there's also updates going on to a couple major specific plans, the Milpitas Metro specific plan, and also the Milpitas Gateway Main Street specific plan. And so we coordinated with the planning department on assumptions for land use as it related to the Water Master Plan. Also, as part of the master plan, we helped the city out with the America's Water Infrastructure Act compliance. That required the city to conduct a risk and resilience assessment. That was due last December, and that was completed. And then we're also just now finishing up an update to the city's emergency response plan. That is due by June 30th. So we're coming up on the end of that. And again, that was coordinated with the master plan. I mentioned on the first slide, the urban water management plan. That is a separate but related study to the Water Master Plan. Again, a lot of similar assumptions, and I'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide, just for a comparison of how those two plans relate to each other. And then the results from our Water Master Plan and also the Wastewater Master Plan will be rolled into the city's financial master plan. And that is ongoing and is expected to be finalized in November of this year. Next slide. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the difference between the city's water master plan and the city's urban water management plan. They sound similar and they do have similar aspects to them, but they are different and they serve different purposes. The water master plan is a planning document for the city which evaluates the capacity of the city's water system facilities to meet your existing and future needs. And it includes an evaluation of your storage facilities and your pumping facilities and your water distribution facilities, mainly your pipelines, and their ability to deliver that water throughout the system. And then it identifies recommended system improvements to those facilities. The urban water management plan is a state mandated plan which evaluates the availability and reliability of the city's water supplies to meet existing and future demands. So again, it's looking at the supply aspect while the water master plan is looking at the facility aspect. The urban water management plan is required to be updated every 5 years, and it includes an update to the city's water shortage contingency plan, which looks at your stages and actions for response to water supply shortages. The 2020 urban plan is currently being wrapped up in probably the next few weeks and is scheduled to be presented to City Council and a public hearing on June 15th. So you'll be hearing about that in about a month or so. Again, the two studies have very similar aspects and similar assumptions, and so that has been coordinated throughout both projects. Next slide. So before I get too much more into the master plan, I wanted to just give a little bit of an overview of the city's water sources and the water system. The city of Milpitas receives water supplies from two agencies. The first is the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The areas served by that supply are shown in blue on this figure. That supply serves about 70% of the city's demands, and it's received through 4 turnouts that are the connections to the SFPUC city system. And it serves 4 pressure zones within the city's distribution system. The other supplies are obtained from Valley Water, which was formerly known as the Santa Clara Valley Water District. Those service areas are shown in yellow on this map, and they currently provide about 30% of the water to the city. It's currently received through one turnout, which is the connection to Valley Water, and it serves 2 pressure zones within the city. The city also has an emergency water supply well, which is located in the southwest part of the city, and also has a few emergency interties with its neighbors, one with San Jose Water to the south, and then 2 connections with Alameda County Water District to the north. Next slide. So now I want to talk a little bit about water use kind of trends within the city. This graphic shows historical water use in the city since 2013, compares that to your city population. And the population is the black line on the top. And as you can see, population has increased in the city. In 2013, the population was about 68,000. And that has increased to about almost 78,000 people in 2020. And that's about a 14% increase since 2013. The blue bars are showing water use in million gallons per day. So it's showing sort of the average daily water use per year. And you can see in 2013, the average use was about 9.6 million gallons per day. And then it went down fairly significantly in 2015 and 2016. Those, as you may remember, were the extreme dry drought years. And so there were state mandated requirements for water restrictions and water conservation. And so that significantly reduced your water use. Water use has increased somewhat since then, but it's sort of creeped up, and your water use is still significantly lower than where you were prior to the drought, which is a good thing. It shows that the city's residents and businesses have kind of stuck with their water conservation ways, and they're using water efficiently. One way to look at this is to look at the per capita water use. Per capita water use is calculated by taking the average daily use and dividing by the population. And so in 2013, the per capita water use was about 140 gallons per capita per day. And in 2020, the per capita water use was 108 gallons per capita per day. And so that's a 23% reduction from where you were in 2013, which again shows the kind of the resilience of the city customers and their efficiency in water use. So that's a great thing to see. And we use this data to kind of project forward of kind of what we would expect in the future. Next slide. So we worked with the city's planning department to identify future development within the city. As I mentioned earlier, the city's general plan update was going on at the same time that we were working on the water master plan. And we worked with the planning department to understand the future development, both in opportunity areas that had been identified throughout the city, as well as what was being anticipated for the major specific plans, which were the Milpitas Gateway Main Street and also the Milpitas Metro Plan. And from that information on land use, together with the kind of the water use patterns that we were seeing, we developed a future demand projection of about 13.9 million gallons per day. Again, the pie chart kind of shows the breakdown of how that breaks down between the existing demand, what we're seeing, or what we're projecting for the opportunity areas, as well as the other specific plan areas moving forward. Next slide. So to do the analysis, we developed a computer-based hydraulic model of the water system. for the city. The purpose of the model is to provide an accurate, up-to-date tool for evaluating water system operations and performance. And it allows us to run various system scenarios to essentially test the system to see where there are any weaknesses or additional needs to be able to serve the entire city based on the criteria that we've developed. The benefits of having the model for specifically the water master plan were, again, to evaluate the operational scenarios, also to do emergency scenarios. So we could sort of do what if scenarios that, if a pump station was not functional, what could be done instead? If a pipeline broke, how could we evaluate systems around that? So it's a very effective tool for water master planning. And then going forward, that model will also be used to help troubleshoot operational issues within the system. It can be used to evaluate fire flows and can be used to evaluate the future needs associated with future development projects. So definitely a really useful tool. We'll be working with staff moving forward to train staff on the use of the model and how to run those scenarios. Next slide. So from the analysis that we did, we looked at both the existing system under existing demands, as well as the future system under the projected future demands. And for the existing system, we did identify some specific recommendations. And they are shown on this figure here. Starting in the lower left corner, we did identify a need for 2 new emergency pressure reducing valves, which would facilitate the movement of water between various pressure zones. And so there's one up in the north, and then there's also one down in the central area of the city. We are recommending a new pump at the air pump station for additional fire flow capacity and capability. We recommended backup generators at the Country Club and Tularcitos pump stations for improved reliability. And those projects, that project's actually moving forward already. And the city council has already taken action on that. And the generators have already been delivered to the city. And so those generators will be installed very shortly. And in addition to that, we've recommended miscellaneous pipeline improvements throughout the system to improve capabilities throughout the system. It's a typical recommendation for water systems. As systems age, the older pipelines come to, they reach their useful life. Also, a lot of the older pipelines are smaller pipelines, smaller diameter pipelines. And so it's good to have a program where you can kind of get those smaller diameter pipelines replaced with standard size pipelines, like a 8-inch or a 10-inch line as opposed to a 2-inch or a 4-inch line, just to be able to move water through the system better. So overall, though the existing system was found to be in very capable shape, very robust system to meet existing demands. Next slide. So then we looked at the future system. Again, we took the projected future demands. Again, that's associated with development of the opportunity areas and also the new specific plans that are being proposed. And we looked at what additional facilities would be needed to serve those areas. One of the first recommendation was to do a new interconnection between the PUC and the Valley Water Service areas. Again, sort of in the central area of the city, that again would allow better movement of water between the various zones that are served. We also recommend developing the Curtis well, which is an existing well the city has. We want to develop that and have that available for emergency supply. And then in the southern area of the city, primarily to serve the new specific plan areas, we are recommending a new storage reservoir within the Valley Water Service area. So it's a new 2 million gallon storage reservoir with an associated pump station, and then also a new turnout off of the Valley Water supply system to provide additional supply capacity. And again, these improvements will help support the planned future growth that the city is currently planning. Next slide. So another thing we did as part of the master plan was we did a water utility condition assessment. We did a desktop analysis, which basically means that we did the analysis based on available data that on pipeline age and pipeline materials and other previous studies that had been done. We did not go out and actually test pipelines and do physical testing on pipelines. That will be something that will come next to refine the study. But the analysis is based on looking at this is kind of a traditional evaluation for condition assessment, is to look at likelihood of failure, which is LOF, versus consequence of failure, which is COF. And so this graphic looks a little bit complicated, but if you go horizontally, that's looking at likelihood of failure. A 1 means it's not very likely to fail. A 5 means it is very likely to fail. And then the vertical axis is consequence of failure. So that means, what are the other impacts to the system if an asset fails? So a 1 means that, if a pipeline fails and that's the only one that fails, it doesn't have sort of this domino effect on the rest of the system. Versus if you score a 5 on the consequence of failure, it means that it's got a very large consequence. It's going to have a big impact to the community, and really affect water supplies, to critical facilities. And so risk is calculated by multiplying the likelihood of failure times the consequence of failure. So where you have a very high likelihood of failure and a high consequence of failure, you end up in the red zone on this graphic. You score high, so 5 times 5 is 25. That's the highest score you could get for your risk. And so for, again, assets that kind of score high, those are the ones we really want to make sure we're doing something about. Ones that have lower risk, we can spend a little bit more time evaluating and they're not as critical. The next slide presents some of the findings of the study. Again, we did just a desktop evaluation, and so there will need to be additional studies done to evaluate and refine the results. Specifically, a pipeline condition assessment is recommended, where it's actually kind of a physical evaluation of condition. A detailed facility condition assessment of pump stations and storage tanks and such, as well as a water meter test program, just to make sure that all the facilities are, what their actual condition is in physical condition. This is a long-term and an ongoing investment. So asset renewal is typically a 30-year or longer program to consider. But it's really important because you want to be able to program out your improvements over time. You don't want to have to be responding to a pipeline break and responding in an emergency condition and having to do emergency repairs, because that's always more expensive than planning a repair, ahead of time. And also the impacts to the community are always much greater when there's an emergency issue with a broken pipeline or something. So as much as you can plan for this in advance, include this in your financial planning to have a certain amount of money set aside every year, for a long-term program to cover your improvements. That's what you want to do. The pipeline risk threshold level that we are showing, we did evaluate pipelines in terms of age, pipeline material, and other available data. We did find, almost 40% of the pipelines are in the level C category, which is, something should be done about them. Again, this is a desktop study that will be refined with actual physical assessment data. But again, it's a long-term program. And so over 30 years, it's not unexpected that you would have to, think about replacing pipelines as you go forward, because all pipelines will reach a useful life at some point. And again, you need to have an ongoing program to replace them. Next slide. So this is the last part of what we did for the Water Master Plan. It's compliance with the America's Water Infrastructure Act of 2018. It's required for all water systems nationwide, and the compliance schedule was based on the population served. And the work that we did with this also was coordinated with other studies that the city has going on. So again, so we have the coordination between the studies. The risk and resilience assessment, the RRA, was a review of the water system assets and potential threats. This included a cybersecurity evaluation, which seems to be the hot topic these days. But that was completed in December of 2020. So that work has been done. And we're currently finishing up the emergency response plan for the city. That is due by June 30th. And so that is nearly complete. That involves a review of emergency response roles and responsibilities and actions. And we do have some specific recommendations that have come out of the risk and resilience study. They relate to, improving some perimeter fencing around some facilities, improving site security protocols, replacing some isolation valves from a seismic standpoint, and then also participating in Shake Alert. So those are things that we're recommending there. Again, we found the system and the city system to be in good shape. Just a kind of a few recommendations to make sure that everything is in as good a shape as it can be moving forward. Next slide. So our next steps are to incorporate any feedback that you may have and finalize the Water Master Plan. Also, the financial analysis of the Water Master Plan will be finalized. We'll be evaluating environmental impacts of the Water Master Plan projects that have been recommended, and then returning to council with the final master plan and the financial analysis in November. With that, we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the presentation. It's always important to see different master plans. And we have the Water Master Plan here tonight receiving the presentation. I know staff will bring back this draft as it heads towards its conclusion. I want to express, when I first started this job, I wasn't an expert. Still not an expert, but still not as knowledgeable as I am today about water and sewer, which will be the next item. But it's just so critical when we look at our expenses here, our debt here in the city, the CIP, and to understand even how water is sort of processed. I know Councilmember Chu was on the Water Rate Task Force, so she's got certainly a leg up ahead of the average bear like myself, and I'm encouraged to hear from her for this item. I want to ask about the water projections. I know we got a lot of growth. That was a huge topic many years ago, at least when I first started in 2014 time period, 2016 time period. And, our city essentially serves as, I don't want to use the wrong word, but, I think we sort of purchase water and the projections are key. I'm not going to call the city a broker, but when residents pay their water bill, in this case, it does go to the city, and the city has that obligation and responsibility to deliver the water from our two partners, San Francisco Public Utilities, as well as the Valley Water District. I'm not here tonight to examine the projections with the closest eye. I think I can just ask if you can bring back more information on how we came to that projection, just so our residents can have more a little bit more information. We don't have to go down to the very line item for it, but just to show how we came up with the projection. Water is a hot topic, no pun intended, and so the projections are going to be key. I know we have the 2 growth areas as well, and our residents are really keen to the water as well. They do ask questions. They do understand the growth of the city, and just how droughts can maybe affect it as well. But that is my request, if we can bring it back the next time, just more information on how we came to the projection, so that we can present it to our residents who may be with us in a meeting or out in the community as we look to relay the information. It certainly is a challenging job to be a representative of the people of Milpitas and to provide the information when we have experts like yourself, Elizabeth, and so that is appreciated. I think the next part is looking at the future needs of our water infrastructure. Thank you, Elizabeth. I mean, this is not an easy task, obviously, and when I look at some of the recommendations from your tabletop research or work, those are all new projects, right? I just want to get my mind right. Some of those proposed or recommended projects, which are great, by the way, we need fresh, clear water, safe water, which we do. Those are things that will likely need to add to our CIP. Maybe Elizabeth or Tony. Yeah. Okay. That's a yes. I couldn't hear you. Your microphone. Yeah.
Yes, Mayor. So as part of our discussion that we're coming back to you with by November of 2021, we will be bringing forth recommendations that are informed by the master plan, and then we're evaluating the impacts those will have financially on the city.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Hey, we are in the 67th year of the city of Milpitas here, and one of the key terms for water, and I'll stick to water until we get to the next item, is the life span of these pipes and other areas of the infrastructure, and so I just want to relate to my colleagues how important it is as the city moves forward, and to any person, that we have to really stay ahead of the pipes, and maybe if city councils before us did more, maybe they did their best. I'm not saying they didn't do their best, but I'm saying maybe if they did more, we would have less to do today. And I, for one, will be really committing to our water infrastructure going forward, as we saw in the presentation tonight, to ensure that we're putting all the resources we can, and really all the resources we can, to ensuring that we're ahead of our infrastructure, which does not have a finite or just endless, I should say. I'll use that word instead. It doesn't have an endless lifespan. So thank you for the presentation tonight. I really got to get a glance, a deeper glance at what lies ahead in our city. So just great work. And I'm going to save the rest of my comments for the next item, which is the sewer, which I feel like might mirror a little bit sort of the framework perspective of our infrastructure here. Okay. All right. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montana.
Thank you, Mayor. Water is a very precious commodity, and with climate change, it's going to be more valuable. And I appreciate all the work you did on the water master plan. But I have a few questions. So can you bring up that slide with you said the pipelines that there's some areas where the one was red, light green, where the pipelines are, need to be replaced, or they're more, that one, I think that's the one.
It's that one.
Yeah, pipeline risk. So I noticed that the red, it's kind of blurry. Where the red is more in the Parktown area, but see, those homes are newer than the Sunny Hills area, which is the top black area. So I'm wondering why those pipelines are more at risk?
I'd have to look specifically at kind of how they all rated, but it's based on, again, the pipeline age and then also pipeline material. So that could be the material it has a shorter lifespan than some of the others. Again, this was over a 30-year program as well. So they may be newer now, but 30 years from now, they won't be.
Yeah.
And then I'll just add a little bit more to that. As was mentioned in the previous slide, when you're looking at risk, it is a combination of not just the likelihood of failure, which is primarily based on the age of your pipeline and the material, but it's also based on the consequence. So depending on how this is mapped out, the consequence could be that there is abundance of homes in that area, or there's a hospital nearby there, or there's a roadway nearby there that if it failed, the consequence would be bigger than others. So it's a combination of two. But as Elizabeth mentioned, we'd have to look a little closer to figure out exactly what prompted that score to go higher than other. But it is a combination of not just the likelihood that, but also the consequence of what it would do.
Okay, so it's not just the age, it's the consequence of some risk due to the site, I guess. Maybe because that's more in the hillside area, I guess. Yeah, and then the other question I had were on the wells. We have 4 wells, and one of them is really, we can use it now for emergency, which is the Pines well. We have a new one, which is McClandless, and we have the Curtis, and one more other one. I can't think what the other one, but you know, these wells are very, very expensive. And we get water from Hetch Hetchy, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. We get water from the Valley Water. And I'm wondering, why do we need the other wells? Can you tell me how much I know I've seen the cost. I think it's in the millions. And I'm just wondering, do we really need all those 4 wells? I mean, I know we need the Pines, because that's already, we've invested so much money in that one. But I have brought this up before. It's humongous, the cost. And I'm just wondering if we can relook at that, because, you know, cities don't have the income that they did back in the day. And maybe we ought to rethink if we really need all those and additional wells. So anyway, those are some of my comments. And then also the other comment was recycle water. Oh, and I do appreciate when you said we intermix whenever there's an emergency. We can intermix supply sources, which is the Hetch Hetchy and the Valley Water, which is a good thing. We have that capacity. And also, speaking about capacity, I think one of the cities that have a lot of capacity, where I think other cities want to buy our water, but we need to hold on to it. Don't sell it, because you never know, we might need it. Yeah, I just feel that maybe the biggest thing I'm questioning is the wells, because can you give me a number just so the public can know that how much these wells cost to even just to get it started?
So, Vice Mayor, I'll take a little bit of that question there, and then you know, we can look at, every site's different for developing wells. So it wouldn't be right for us to throw a number out there, because it all depends on a lot of different factors. Just a little small point of correction is we actually have 3 wells that we're kind of working on. Pinewood is our fully developed well, which we use for emergency purposes only. Curtis is a well that we have in the ground, but we have not developed yet. And McCandless is still in the works. So we just had a test well put in place there, but it's not a fully developed well. So we're working on 3 is what I like to tell folks. Yes. And then as far as the need for the wells, I'll kind of turn to Elizabeth and Harris to talk about the need for supply guarantees, and how their analysis went into determining how much water we need to have available to us to be able to say we can sustain development that's coming in. But the one point I wanted to bring up was about the wells is system reliability. We get water from SFPUC and from Valley Water. If things happen with their systems, we have to be able to rely on ourselves. And that's the reason why we have a well like Pinewood, for example, is if things were to go wrong, we could rely on ourselves to pump that and still serve our community. When we complete the emergency response plan that the West Coast team is working on, a lot of these scenarios are vetted out in there. They're looking at what happens if we lose everything from Valley Water. What do we do? What happens if we lose everything to SCPUC? What do we do? What if everything goes down? What do we do? So your importance of your wells, in addition to the supply issue, which I'll let one of the experts talk through that one, is also reliability. You want to be able to safely say that we can provide water to our community in case of emergency, because we do live in earthquake country and other things that can occur. Elizabeth, why don't you and Harris can talk about the supply?
Yeah, I think in terms of the water supply, I think you'll hear a little bit more or a lot more about it when the urban water management plan comes to you next month. Again, as Tony said, it really is a reliability issue with your water supply. Both the SFPUC and the Valley Water supplies do potentially have cutbacks during drought years. And more so than they have in the past due to the Bay Delta plan amendments, which you may have heard of, and you will hear about this more when you hear about the urban water management plan. So having, again, some drought resistant supplies, again, having local groundwater is a great supply. Again, it's local, so it's within your control. And so having that as a reliability backup is, I think, a very smart move. It is expensive, but again, having that reliability and that backup for your customers, I think, is important.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it is good to have a backup, but I just want to know that I just want to let people know that it's very expensive, and maybe when you bring this back, we can have some numbers. I mean, we do need the wells, especially the Pine, but maybe not 3, maybe 2. But that's my opinion, and we do have a lot of capacity too. The reason why I'm saying is it's so expensive, and you will see when the numbers come back. And I've brought this up before, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. I really do appreciate your concerns, and I look forward at the request kindly from Elizabeth and Tony, if needed, to bring back information on the a map showing in the red and the black and the need for those water infrastructures, as well as for the for the wells, also. We do understand it's important and the reasoning and why it's important, but we have to look at the dollars and do our due diligence. And so I really appreciate you, Vice Mayor. That's great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, great. I want to go to my colleagues here with any further virtual raised hands. Now, folks, this is a draft tonight, and I think it's an awesome draft, Elizabeth. I really do. And so it is a draft tonight. It's a draft. And if you have any questions going forward, you can always reach out to our city manager. Trying to get him to smile a little bit. And so, yeah, it's really an ongoing fluid process. I had to say it. Okay, great. I want to go to our public here. We have an attendee with a virtual raised hand, Ravish Kumar Mehta. Let's go.
Thank you very much. I think I wanted to mention about the recommended renewal and replacement improvements for the 53.4 million over the 30 years. One thing that evaluates the water capacity for the city is that what is the consumption rate of the city? The consumption rate versus what is the approximation of a water capacity that would be required over the course by the city. By measuring both of them, that would be providing the right estimate that what is the cost over the 30 years would be paid for the water master plan. Also, it is important to know that that the San Francisco Public Utility Works and as well as the Santa Clara Valley Water Company regulates the prices for the water that is provided from the regional facilities. So those regional facilities where the water is coming from, that is being maneuvered to provide the certain amount of water from those companies. So it would be better that the city of Milpitas directly works and appoint a person to the board of the water companies where they would be able to see that, what are the regional facilities carries the amount of water being provided to the city of Milpitas, and what are the different city prices being evaluated for the master plan for the water that is provided to the city. By evaluating both the evaluation rate for the consumption versus the estimated water capacity required for the city to provide the right set of estimate for the money that is to be utilized for the master plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Duly noted. Appreciate you. And yeah, at least over at the Valley Water District, we do have a representative of the people there. And our Vice Mayor, Carmen Montana, she also serves with the Bay Area Water Conservation Organization diligently. And so we are making those efforts. Thank you very much. Next up, Voltaire Montemira.
Yeah, let me just add to help people or to help myself. The regular repair or replacement is before the maintenance required. Let's say in my car, you have that is the close to the red now, which is you really have to act. Now the seismic risk, that's tough. I hope we shouldn't do that. And then as far as the HRC is higher, if we will siphon it someday, and desalination from the ocean to the water supply. But it's good to have these water pumps because I think we could use it while they are there instead of having a brackish like in Switzerland. I think they're using brackish water because they are below sea level. It's a complicated one. In other words, yes, at least we don't have a turbine to run like electrical power. So I believe so. I think Anderson Reservoir is not using. That's all I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Appreciate it. That's it for public comment. Going once, going twice. That's it, folks. All right, bringing it back to the virtual dais here. We are on item number 16. We still got a couple more, folks, but for a draft tonight, I am very pleased and looking at the $50 million plus price tag over 30 years. I don't know. That's not too bad, is it? But I don't know. We might hit a couple recessions down the road. Maybe you never know. 30 years is a long time, but I feel like I've seen bigger numbers somewhere else, but we're going to work on it. We're going to work on it. Here we go. Virtual raised hand, Councilmember Fan.
Are we due to refinance anytime soon, or would that be something we might want to consider?
Thank you for that question. I'll say something real quick. I see Walter popped on, but
Walter got here quick.
I know, right? That's something we will address as part of the financial utility master plan when we bring it back to you. Okay, I don't know if Walter has anything else to say.
So the bonds which the city issued about 2 years ago, 18 months ago, allows us to refinance in 10 years after issuance. So we're definitely watching the market, but we still have another 8.5 years to go.
Oh, wow.
And we got a pretty good rate at the time.
Great. I don't think I'll still be here, but hopefully that's on the radar for staff. Looking at the current master plan, have we considered an asset management component, or rather, do we have an asset management plan?
Yes, Councilmember Fan. So this effort that we're looking at here is a portion of our asset management plan. So when we look at the business risk assessment, so the risk assessment that Elizabeth talked about, and we talk about the further evaluations that we have to do on the condition assessment of our pipe. That's part of our asset management plan. And council actually already has a project approved in CAP to fund those efforts. And we have an RFP out on the street right now to solicit input and consultants to assist us with that effort. So the master plan effort is the culmination of all that work. It's really going to set the direction on how we manage our water infrastructure as we state here for the next 30 years.
Wonderful. That's great to hear. Is there a update or do you have a status update on the implementation of our smart meters?
Yes. Again, thanks to council's great action back in October of last year. The project was approved. The energy and water savings project was approved. We've been actively working on replacing the meters throughout the city. I think we've gone through about 2 or 3 zones so far. I don't know the exact areas, so I can't really point you to it, but your residents know that we're there and they know that we're doing great work on replacing those. We hope to have that project completed by the end of this calendar year. And at that point, the city's meters will all be smart meters. Folks can not just log on to a website to see their usage in real time, but also get alerts if they log on to it as well to see if they have any high usage in their systems that pop up every now and then. So it's a great tool, not just for the residents for use, but it's also a great tool for the city. So we could work better on establishing our water balances and looking for leaks in our system, not just on the customer side, but from our side as well. So we're pretty excited about that. And thank you, council, for taking the prompt action on that one back in October of last year.
Thank you for all your work. This was a very impressive presentation. Super proud of you. I know staff is too. We have a lot on the horizon to look forward to. So I'm going to leave it at that. Great job.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Okay, we do have another item here with the sewer. I really want to get to it here. I want to, Elizabeth, you're going to be with us for the next one too, right? Or different? Different.
No, I'm turning it over to Curtis for this one.
Okay, well, I wanted to ask, hey, Curtis, I just wanted to ask because I want to thank you here at this time for your work. We love our water here in town. We really do. Ask any resident, and you're really a driving force behind our future. So thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Right.
And that draft, yes.
Yeah, it's been great working with staff. We've had,
of course, yeah.
Even though we had to do the whole thing during a pandemic, it was still fun.
We got a really cool staff here. All right, thank you so much, Elizabeth.
All right.
That's it with, I don't see any further requests for comments. So that presentation has been received. That's item number 16. Moving on to item number 17. Let's receive a presentation on the draft Milpitas Sewer Master Plan. Very important information. And let's go ahead. Welcome, Curtis. Yeah, can we do that? Yeah.
Yes, and good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Tony and Dust still here with you from your Public Works Department to say a couple opening remarks before we let Curtis in to get going his effort. Again, this is a project that was approved by council as part of the CIP. It's for an update of our 2009 Sanitary Sewer Master Plan and an approval of a contract that took place in September of 2019. This draft master plan that we'll be looking at for the sewer system addresses ongoing operation and maintenance programs for the city, as well as sewer infrastructure needs based on long-term plans and city development under its adopted 2040 general plan. And with that, I'll turn over to Curtis Lamb of Hydroscience. And again, Harris Siddiqui is here with us, principal engineer in our amazing Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Greetings to the mayor, vice mayor, and council. I'm Curtis Lamb with Hydroscience Engineers, and I'm the project manager for the city sewer master plan. I'm very happy to talk to you today about your sewers. And I know I'm a big sewer guy. I love sewers, and I'd love to talk to you and give you just a taste of your collection system and all the good things that the city's done to help maintain it. If you could go to the presentation. There we go. If you could go to slide 2, please. So you'll see some common themes in the presentation that Elizabeth just gave and the presentation that you're about to receive. for the sewer master plan. Both these plans were completed in parallel, both under Tony and Harris's direction. They have similar contents and similar themes, but the sewer master plan is a little bit different than the water master plan for a few key reasons. What we're going to talk about today is what the objectives for the sewer master plan, how it relates to some of the other things that we did and what the city is doing in parallel with our work, the project goals, how we manage the assessment of your collection system, including your lift station, the program to basically inspect your sewers, the risk assessment work. It's very similar to what Elizabeth had described for the water, except we actually did it on the sewer side, had slightly different ratings and information, and I'll go over that as well. We also created a hydraulic model, and I'll go through the process that we used to do that. And then I'll close with describing some of the improvement projects that the sewer master plan recommended. If you go to slide 3, please. So the sewer master plan is also based on similar land use assumptions. So we basically made a really strong effort at the outset of the project to make sure that the water and the sewer master plans had common land use assumptions. So those are all based on your general plan and the same specific plan updates. We took those land use assumptions and basically prepared a sewer master plan, and that was submitted in draft form in November of 2020 to the city. We received a series of comments, and the final master plan was submitted in March of this year. Your general plan was also approved in March, and the contents of your sewer and your water master plan are being incorporated right now as part of a separate financial utility master plan that's being executed by Ref Tellis right now. That'll help to drive some of the big picture issues related to rates and how all these projects that are recommended in the water and the sewer master plans will ultimately be financed by the city. And right now we're expecting that financial utility master plan will be ready later this year. If you go to the next slide, please. So the goals of the sewer master plan project was to perform a condition assessment and what's called closed circuit TV of your existing collection system. This is different than the desktop assessment that you just heard about. We actually are going through and we identified specific pipes and infrastructure to inspect within the city, and then a program to continue that inspection in subsequent years and to keep that process going so the city can constantly maintain and inspect the condition of all of its assets within the city. We also calculated the risk of infrastructure failure. We took a look at your current land use in the city and also took a look at your build-out condition land use to make sure that your city has enough capacity to convey sewage to the treatment plant and through your collection system. And we wanted to make sure that where there was a need for additional capacity, we identify what infrastructure projects would be required to meet those conditions. And both from a capacity and from a condition assessment end of things, there could be projects that are recommended for implementation. And the key for the master plan is we wanted to prioritize those projects, rank them in terms of relative importance, and develop a capital improvement plan that the city can rely on many years into the future and would be used as the basis for the financial utility master plan work that's currently ongoing. Next slide, please. So this is a map of the city's collection system. In general, sewage flows from east to west. It flows by gravity downhill and also flows from south to north. All the sewage in the city flows to the main lift station, which is off of McCarthy Boulevard in northwest Milpitas. The sewer pipelines range in diameter from 4 to 66 inches in diameter. Sewage, when it generally flows by gravity, sometimes there's an obstruction, so you have to construct a siphon to get around those obstructions. Those are typically like rivers or creeks that you would need to get around. Interestingly, your city has a lot of flow splits, and that's basically at a manhole. Sewage can flow, normally sewage flows one direction through a manhole. Sometimes it can flow multiple directions. And so we identified those and updated your model to include all 160 miles of your collection system, or the large majority of that, many of your 3,000 manholes, all these flow splits in order to basically identify how sewage flows through the city to the main lift station. And so that main lift station, which is shown in the square in the upper left corner of the figure, pumps all the sewage from the city through one of two force mains that are showed in the blue dashed lines to the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility, which is located off of Los Esteros Road in San Jose. There's one little caveat. The entire city flows by gravity to the main lift station, but there's a small lift station on Venus Way, which pumps sewage north a short distance. We basically did, we modeled that lift station as well in this collection system hydraulic model. And I also want to mention that we performed a condition assessment of both the main lift station and the Venus Way lift station. We did a pretty detailed analysis of both to basically make sure that we incorporated any condition assessment projects associated with those facilities into the master plan as well. If you can go to the next slide, please. The basis for land use was your general plan. We started with your existing hydraulic model and your existing land uses. We know what's there now. What's going to be there in the future is decided by you guys and your general plan. We took a look at what are the potential changes between now and the future that are identified in your general plan. Specifically, there's a number of opportunity areas. There's the Milpitas Metro Plan, the Gateway and Main Street specific plan. We basically took all those land uses, identified a sewage generation rate or a flow factor for each of those land uses, and then basically calculated what the current and the build out flow conditions are for each of those land uses. And so when you change a land use, it could have a change in how much sewage flows through your system. And so we basically have what's called the existing scenarios and build out scenarios in the city's hydraulic model that allows us to play with if land use changes from this to that, what's the impact on your sewage collection system? So the general plan was used as the basis for identifying build out sewage flows for the sewer collection system, hydraulic model, and the sewer master plan. Go to the next slide, please. For the closed circuit TV inspection of your collection system, this master plan sort of initiated a multi-year effort to inspect the entire collection system for the city. As part of this effort, we went through and looked at all the pipes in the city and identified which are the most important pipes to inspect and to CCTV during year one, is what we called it, as part of this master plan. So as part of this work, we fully inspected about 20 miles of your collection system pipeline. Those are all the pipes in green on this map. And that represents roughly about 13% of your entire collection system. We tried to inspect an additional 3.7 miles of your collection system. Those pipes are shown in red on the figure. There was some issues inspecting those pipelines. Some of the collection system had a blockage or there was a limited access available to inspect. Essentially, when we inspect the pipelines using the CCTV method, we basically have to send a camera through your sewer pipes, and it basically takes a 360-degree picture of the entire sewer pipeline. And there were a few areas where we could not get through that entire sewer line. And in the interest of time, we identified them, we categorized these systems, and we'll go back and inspect these later. And so when you look at all the different pipelines that we inspected as part of this effort, we inspected almost half of the larger diameter pipelines, which we identified as pipelines that are 15 inches or larger. We inspected a smaller percentage of the 8 to 12 inch diameter pipelines, and we didn't inspect any of the 6-inch pipelines. So we really wanted to focus our CCTV budget and our effort on sort of the most important pipelines in your system. And we also set up a program to basically take all this data, categorize it, and give the city a basis for continuing this effort into the future. So when 100% of the pipelines are completed, they're all rated to the same criteria. It's all rated based on the same NASCO PACP criteria, which is a publicly available, very commonly used rating database 4 sewer pipelines. And in just a few years, I would expect that the city would have a much more complete database for all the pipelines in the city. Go to the next slide. And so all the pipelines or all the assets in the city were ranked in a desktop analysis by both their likelihood of failure and consequence of failure. We assigned a weighting to each of these categories, and based on the information that we had at the time, we also rated them from a 1 to 5 based on each of these factors. This is the same type of analysis that was done for the water master plan. One of the differences that the structural condition and pipe obstructions and pipe cleaning, if we had information from actually doing the CCTV inspection of those pipelines and we had coding associated with that asset, we put that information into the likelihood of failure, and instead of relying just solely on a desktop analysis. And so the likelihood of failure is more informed for all the pipelines that we have inspected. And it's a desktop level study for all the pipelines that are about to be inspected. And so when you take the likelihood of failure and multiply it by the consequence of failure, you get the same the same risk for the pipelines. If you go to the next slide. So we calculated the likelihood of failure score and the consequence of failure scores. We basically rated them, and that basically identified a risk for that asset. And you know, we had an animation for this nice table that shows all the red and different colors that identify risk. If you do another click here, that was supposed to, there we go. And so basically, if we had a likelihood of failure and consequence of failure score that resulted in a risk that was higher, we basically said that they had to act now, and we recommended a higher priority for that project. Based on a low risk score, there didn't need to be any action for that project. One of the things that we wanted to note is that the likelihood of failure scores were a little bit more concentrated in certain areas. And you'll see from the next slide, actually, if you can go to the next slide. So the results of the business risk analysis, a lot of times some of the larger diameter sewers had higher risk, basically. And so when you look at the risk assessment for some of the water pipelines, it's a little bit different for the sewer, because if you have a sewer pipeline that's generally larger, it conveys a lot more sewage from a bigger area. And so a lot of those pipelines will naturally have a higher consequence of failure or a certain issue because they convey more sewage than a smaller upstream sewer. But in general, your sewer collection system is in very good shape from a condition assessment standpoint. The large majority of the sewers don't require any action right now. There's smaller categories of sewers that we want to keep an eye on. We want to potentially inspect in subsequent years and compare those future ratings to what there are now. And there's a much smaller number of projects that require either immediate or near-term action. And you can see from the pie chart, there's a much smaller percentage of sewers and assets that require immediate attention. If you can go to the next slide, please. So to complete the population of your hydraulic model, we took all of your collection system assets, we took all of your land use information, and then we went and we monitored sewage flows over a wet weather period. I think it was between December and March, when wet weather is more likely to occur. And we monitored over 20 locations throughout the city. HydroScience worked with the city and the city self-consulted to basically locate all of these collection system monitoring locations, isolate specific subbasins. We selected these locations based on the shed that they convey, the land uses that are there, and that would allow us to basically help calculate a sewage generation rate for a specific land use, to identify if there's more inflow or infiltration in a certain area than a different area, and also to see if there's any excess flows in certain areas, or if there's anything we need to be aware of, because we want to basically have this model accurately reflect how sewage flows through the city. And so we basically developed a series of unit flow factors for each land use type that's in your general plan. We calibrated the hydraulic model based on the dry and wet weather flow data that was collected. And then we built a hydraulic model that basically represents all of your 8-inch in diameter, 8-inch and greater diameter pipe within the city. If you can go to the next slide. And so based on that hydraulic model, we basically looked at your entire system. We categorized a number of different types of projects that would be required for the city going forward. For your collection system O&M, we recommended continuing your CCTV program. There's a significant amount of cleaning that's required as well for a sewer. As you can imagine, sewage contains just about everything that you can think of. So cleaning the collection system sewers was recommended as an ongoing process. We also prioritized the O&M for larger diameter pipelines. And we wanted to make sure that the city continues all the good work that they're doing to try to minimize the potential for fats, oils, and grease to cause issues within your collection system. This is particularly a concern where there's a lot of restaurants and other things that may discharge fats or oils into your collection system. You can go to the next slide, please. The existing CIP projects that were identified in the master plan include a pump station rehabilitation, an allocation for minor sewer projects. There's an odor emissions project at your main lift station. There's cathodic protection improvements for the sanitary sewers. And then, of course, on-call sewer maintenance and repair services for repairs that might be required as part of just the day-to-day maintenance of your system. There's a certain budget that the city's allowing for that. There's about $900,000 of existing CIP projects that we recommend continuing in your CIP. You can go to the next slide. For the recommended CIP projects, we identified about $54 million of projects. That includes ongoing CCTV, condition assessment projects. Basically, there's a number of projects that are identified in different colors on this map. We group those projects by priority, by location, and by the recommended construction method. There's a number of different ways to construct a sewer. If we're going to open cut replace all the sewers, we wanted to see if we can group some of those together. If we need to do some sort of trenchless technology, we also wanted to sort of group those together to hopefully have the city receive some better bid prices and some contractors who are more used to doing that type of work. What's really interesting is that all of the, just about all of the CIP projects that were recommended in the master plan are based on the condition assessment of your collection system. There are really very few projects that are required for capacity increases to reach your build out general plan land use condition. So it's sort of a unique result that for your master plan, but it just shows that the city's done a lot of planning ahead for the collection system, and there's adequate capacity in your collection system right now to serve your build out flow conditions. We also, the city's in parallel with our master plan, identified the potential replacement or rehabilitation of one of the force mains that goes to the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility. There's some issues associated with potential corrosion and the remaining useful life of that asset. And so as part of the master plan, we recommended starting a project to basically identify what the recommended project is. And staff also identified a potential cost for full replacement of that force main. So the grand total of all these projects is about $54 million. If you go to the next slide, please. And this is that force main project. You'll see from the figure that there are two different force mains that go to the plant. Force main A is in red, and that goes on the main road or just off of the main road that goes between the sludge ponds The more recent construction project is Force Main B, which sort of fronts Coyote Creek and goes on the south and east side of the drying beds. Some of the next steps associated with this project, this is a two-step process to implement this, but there's going to need to be some significant repairs to some of the manholes and appurtenances that are on Force Main A. They're going to have to do a pretty thorough and rigorous inspection of that force main, and then based on all that condition assessment work and be able to get access to that force main, they'll identify all the construction methods that would be required for either rehabilitation or replacement of that force main. You can go to the next slide, please. And so the next step is to incorporate any feedback that you have and to finalize this sewer master plan. The outcome of both the sewer master plan and the water master plan are being used by the city to prepare a financial utility master plan. We want to evaluate the environmental effects of these sewer master plan projects. And the final master plan will be returned to council, I believe in tandem with the financial utility master plan in November of 2021. And with that, there's a recommendation on the next slide. And I want to thank you today for hearing about your sewer system and your collection system. And thank you for letting us help the city on this project.
Thank you very much, Curtis. Appreciate you. And I know it's always a pleasure working with Tony and the whole department. So thank you so much, Curtis, for being here tonight. We know you're going to come back. I think the sewer master plan draft is solid F. No further comment. If there's anybody else on the dais that would like to comment, this is a draft. Okay, well, there's one pie chart in there. I guess I'll say a little something. You know, it appears there's still a very respectful need for sewer infrastructure improvements, but it looked like there was less of the action pie slices out there. So that's a little encouraging. Okay, we're just receiving the draft tonight, folks. You always have the days ahead to connect with Tony and Curtis. And
just want to mention that lift, the lift on Venus is right near my house.
Okay.
Okay, then. All right.
I saw that.
Everybody lives next to a sewer.
Yeah.
You want to go to the public comment real quick, do my due diligence. I don't see any virtual raised hands from the audience. Going once, going twice. That's it for public comment. Okay, I'll go back. Irvish Kumar, Meta, come on.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to mention about the sewer facility. As it was mentioned in the CPI plan, the sewer facilities are required to be maintained through the regional local facility. As every sewer facility that's being connected from the city to city, it's important that the sewer rates are also being considered as a revenue for the city. And such revenue model is to be compared with the adjacent cities, where as the prices for the sewer facilities being maintained by the different cities, by the regional facility. So once looking over the price for the one of the cities, say for example, if it's a city of Santa Clara or city of Fremont, it's important to compare and estimate the price for the sewer revenues and what are the applicable taxes that aligns as a part of a sewer facility for the services to be provided to the city. Based upon the cost estimation can be made that what are the charges and the applicability of a contract services that would be providing to the city over the 30 years contract or say a 20 years contract. Based upon that, the estimation and threshold can be mapped that what could be the price increase that would be available for the city to acquire the services from the regional facilities. Thank you.
Yeah, we only charge for the service 100%. What we revenue is going straight to sewer in terms of that. Leah, next up here, Walter Montemur.
Yeah, I'm thinking of 3 pipes there. like storm drain. It's from the rain mainly and our gutters. Now the water is reverse osmosis. We want clean water to drink, especially. Now this one is the kind of we want it no pollution. The output also on the sewer. So in other words, a big job. And I think if no gravity, that will help. It's very hard to drain from the house and those storage to the lifting and cleaning those because we want it sanitized and no pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, great. That's it with public comment. We'll bring it back up to the dais. If there's any further comment on item number 17, then we'll take it now from the virtual dais. So I don't see any further virtual raised hands. Pardon my family member, Zelda, if you happen to hear her right now. But okay, that's great. Item number 17, and that's the draft we have tonight. A solid work, Curtis. Thank you very much. All right, have a great evening. All right, we got item number 7, folks. We have item number 7, the last item of tonight. It was pulled off the consent calendar. Let's adopt a resolution upholding the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial and approving a site development permit and conditional use permit amendment to demolish an existing manual coin-operated car wash, touchless one at that, and develop a new fully automatic 3,100 and some change square foot car wash with an additional 2,300 and a little bit of change square foot canopy area and associated site improvements with an increased front setback of 37 and 7 inches. 37 feet and 7 inches on a almost a half acre of a site located at the historic 554 South Main Street, pursuant to CEQA guidelines 1533 and 1518.3. And this item was pulled from consent from a community member. And so I want to go straight to him if I may. This is an item that was previously discussed. And so let's go to Mr. Valori.
And Mayor, after you take public comment, I'll just want to provide some legal guidance to the council before you take a vote.
Very well. Thank you very much. Mr. Valori.
Yes, good evening again, council. The city over time has not spent an inconsiderable amount of time and effort developing general plans and specific master plans, the purpose of which is to guide developers and also guide the decision makers in the city as to what developments should be approved or considered for approval. Interestingly enough, the Planning Commission decided to disapprove this project, and remarkably so, the city staff did a very detailed analysis as to why this particular project did not measure up to the guiding documents that govern this particular area. Yet the city council, in their infinite wisdom, decided to totally ignore the Planning Commission and also to ignore the detailed analysis that city staff did, and by some magic come up with an approval of this particular project. Now, Main Street is an embarrassment to this city, and certainly a car wash is not going to do anything to enhance the image of Main Street. And so I am totally puzzled as to why this project was approved, despite the fact that it does not meet the requirements of the interim plan, the planning documents that govern how this area ought to be developed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valori. And next we have Mr. Ag. Welcome, John.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'd like to address the individual decisions made by 3 members of Council to reverse the Planning Commission's decision regarding the car wash on Main Street. Our city has invested hundreds of thousands of dollars with staff, council members, commission members, consultants, and members of our community to define a future for Midtown. We are now in the immediate process of updating that with the Main Street Gateway specific plan. Why on earth would council bend to outside investors in a project that neither meets our long-term goals for the area, bends to the interest of commercial venture that is inappropriate for that community, and has no long-term fiscal benefit for the city or meets the specifications without not put the decision on hold until Gateway specific plan is in place and then review the application. I would add that the vote to reverse the Planning Commission's decision given by 2 of the 3 yays seems superficial and flimsy. Why would we not stay focused on the long-term objective of Main Street in its entirety? Finally, I must take exception to one comment that the history of Main Street is only a short portion of the northern end. The history of Main Street extends the entire length, not just a small portion. Thank you.
I appreciate that, John. That last comment, I'm not sure who said that, but Main Street is historic through and through. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. All right, any more public comment? Okay, great. I appreciate that. And this item was pulled from the consent calendar by the request of a resident, and we always provide that right to our resident. And it was also requested to be pulled from the consent calendar from Councilmember Dominguez. So we'll go to Councilmember Dominguez with the request.
Thank you.
Mayor, before we go to Councilmember Dominguez, just some general legal advice, I think, for the council tonight. We did close the public hearing at the last meeting, and so it would be important for the council not to take in any new information tonight that changes their opinion or their ultimate vote. If any council member has an inclination to want to change their vote, we would need to reschedule a public hearing so that the appellant can be here and they can respond to the information you are hearing that might be triggering the need to change a vote. Generally tonight, the public comment you have heard can be considered to direct any changes you would like to the resolution. But other than that, that is the limitation that's before you tonight. And that is important that we follow that so that the appellant, we don't violate their procedural due process rights. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the council has, but that's my legal guidance just for this item. Thank you.
Very much, Chris. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that guidance. Thank you very much, Mayor. I wanted to just share that I completely agree with some of the recommendations from staff, and definitely the vote from the Planning Commission. I do believe we have planning commissioners for a reason. We have Councilmember Chua, who came from the Planning Commission, and I believe that our planning commissioners do their due diligence and they do their homework and they bring recommendations to this council based on what they see in the general plans, see if that's fits with what we as a council has established. And so as one council member, I just feel that I can't support this because this council was the one that directed what we want the vision and the plans to be for this particular area. And so to move from that is moving from the vision that this council moved forward, which for me makes absolutely no sense. If we wanted to do a different vision, different plans for this particular corridor, then we would have done that. And so this, for me, a car wash, with all due respect, particularly one that doesn't, we keep talking about the history, and although that is not a part of my decision making, because I need to look at the plans and again what Planning Commission recommended as well as staff, but I did hear some council members talk about the history of Main Street. the car wash isn't going to go away. It's going to be there. And if you look at other downtown Main Street areas, they are able to bring in the feel of history with what's already there. If you look at the car wash now, the sound, you have an amazing restaurant across the street. And the vision and the plans for that restaurant is to put a thriving corridor. I don't believe that a noisy car wash and the decibels that were presented is going to help sustain a thriving corridor. For any of the businesses that surround it, I don't believe this adds to the walkability, or I definitely don't believe the presentation was accurate with the cars that this is going to bring and the traffic flow. This is a walkable corridor. That's what we want this vision to be. And I just cannot, in all due respect, taking in the Planning Commission's recommendations and staff recommendations and the vision that we set with the parameters that this council set, it would make no sense for me as one council member to support this project, because that's not what we said we wanted this to be. And so for me, it just feels like, I don't know what vision or plans have been changed, but this car wash doesn't add to the livelihood, to the walkability, to the thriving, it doesn't meet the recommendations that we set forward. And so for me, this is outside investment coming in. These are outside investors. They're not from Milpitas. And so at this point, because it doesn't fit the framework that this council set forward, I wanted to pull the item because I do want to put in a no vote. Thank you very much for listening.
Very much appreciate it. I'm going to do a point of information to our city manager, Steve McHarris. When was the last time the Midtown plan was updated?
I might need Ned as a refresher on the date of that specific plan. The last time it was amended, I imagine, is the question.
The last, thank you, through the mayor. The plan was adopted prior to 2010. It was last amended when the current transit area plan was removed. The transit area plan was part of the Midtown plan. So yeah, so back to 2008. I think the Midtown plan, or excuse me, the task was taken out sometime after that. And
very much for the point of
plan
information.
dates back to 2002, the original.
Oh my goodness, wow. Oh, thank you. Also, I do another point of information. The restaurant on Main Street indicated is actually not front facing to the car wash address. The restaurant is front facing to the vacant undeveloped lot. Furthermore, point of information, the restaurant owner, I won't say his name, great person, we value him. He signed a letter of support to pretty much make the place a better place. The restaurant owner signed a letter of support for the project. Just want to do a point of information, and that's that. I'm really not going to say too much more this evening due to any type of legal liability. I think we had a pretty good discussion the last time, and we respect each other's votes. But the last thing I'll say before I go to Councilmember Fan is, we've seen before the Planning Commission go against a staff recommendation, and we'll see it again in the future. And in the history of this city, we've seen the council make a decision on an appeal that was opposed to the Planning Commission's decisions as well. And that's the nature of our democracy. And I'll tell you what, the car wash is a smashing hit so far. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, thank you. I know that nothing's really gonna change the decision that was made, at the previous meeting. I get that. I'm not trying to change it. So I wish the applicants well. I do want it to succeed. Last thing I would want is for it to actually fail. But I am worried because of future projects coming in and how it would interact with the site. I hope that they understand the risks that they are taking. For me, I'm just going to briefly state my dissent, and that fundamentally I can't support it because I think that it's antithetical to our specific plan, and that you know, I worry about the kind of precedents that it can have on future projects. But ultimately, you know, what's done is done. It's their site, it's their project, and I wish them well. But yeah, just from a land use perspective, I don't see it adding up. So leaving it there.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And you know, I think being a part of the city council, there's always going to be different votes. You never know how it's going to mix up or end up. And I have respect for the work that we all do and the stances that we all have. That's our ability to have a voice and a vote and then making a decision and for what we believe in. And so, you know, we've been through this many times. I think I know Councilmember Fan and I have been through many projects, and a lot of times it was love. It was a beautiful success. We've been, you know, I'm not going to talk about the projects, it's not on the agenda, but you know, there are gonna be times like this, but I'll still go to dinner with you, you know, and you know how we do. So it's all just a part of the work we do. And so I do want to check in with our city attorney. Do we need to have you state anything, or can the motion be made if there's no further comment?
No, thank you, Mayor. Yes, the council can make a motion to adopt the resolution. The only addition that I would note is there was a revised resolution that was distributed late today. It's on the website. It was also provided to the council. It just adds one condition, which I believe is 79, dealing with police department conditions. And this one is particular to security videos. So we'd be looking for a motion to adopt the revised resolution.
Absolutely love to clean up the resolution. Public safety is key. Let me check in with my other colleagues, the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Chua, if there's any further comment. I know we've had a lengthy discussion the last time, so you know, what's on the record is on the record, and this is the last comments here before I'll make the motion. Virtual raised hands if needed.
Mayor
Okay,
Chan,
Councilmember Chua.
Mayor Chan, I just want to say one thing, a sentence or two. It changes from when I was on the planning commission. I have a different lens. I'm focused on land use, general plan, specific land. It's land use when I'm on the planning commission. But now I'm on the city council. I have a different lens. I have a different view because I look at everything now, not just land use. And that's how I voted. That's how I voted for this item. My conscience is clear, I'm fair, and my bottom line is for the community and for the residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. This project is the talk of the town. Let's, you know, last year about this time, I think it was the La Quinta Hotel, for better or worse. Hey, this car wash right now is the talk of the town. Main Street is the talk of the town. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. I don't see a virtual raised hand from the Vice Mayor. I know she.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, you know, you're right. This is a democracy, and I too was on the planning, served on the planning commission for several years. So I know about the land use. I know about all the so the bottom line is this project is going to have a multiplier effect. I think people once it's in there, you're going to see it's going to be a great thing for the community. And the fact that the business owners wanted it, that's to me, that's really important. So with that, I'm going to vote. Should I make the motion? Or you're going to make the motion?
Well, first I want to say we got two planning commissioners here.
Yeah.
And so I'll let you two do the motion in the second.
Go ahead, Evelyn. Or you want me to say it? Okay, I'll move to make the recommendation to accept the revised. Go ahead, Evelyn, you do it. Because I don't have my.
He started it already.
Come on now. We're on the clock. We're on the clock. Come on now, please.
Yeah.
Just to make a
I
motion
second.
to approve item number
accept-
7 with the updated
With the revisions.
revision.
I second.
No, you're making the motion.
Oh, I am. So move.
Second.
All right, we got a motion by Councilmember Chua and a second by the Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Dominguez.
You missed Anthony.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Abstain.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Congrats, Milpitas. We're making moves on Main Street. And you know what? I do want to say this. We are, over the last few years, I'll take just 30 seconds. The Midtown plan I've seen it vaporize. And I'll write an op-ed to the paper, or opinion or whatever it is, letter to the editor. But I have full faith in our city manager, Steve McHarris, and our planning director, Ned Thomas, to finally deliver Main Street for our city council. And so that's all I got to say about that. And I'll go ahead and really, as we adjourn here, thank all our city staff who are still with us. We really appreciate you. We thank you for your work, for your whole department, and hope tonight was a good meeting. We're getting out of here at 10:30. Hopefully we kept it very precise with our public service and just a little bit of fun as well. We're doing a great job here. It's May the 18th, and I just want to keep pushing this city, every single person that's a part of it, to keep the good times going. And for our new folks that are just hopping on board, onboarding with us, you're coming in at the best time, and you could ask anybody about that. Let's keep it going. We're doing amazing, everybody. And so I want to go ahead and, if there are no objections, move to adjourn this meeting tonight. And I hear no objections. This meeting is adjourned. Take care, folks.